runs, I think, until 9.
All right, ready, guys?
I'm like first guest.
Live in Las Vegas.
All right, guys, we are back for day 2, Ultimate Contest Weekend, and we have a very special guest and special friend of the podcast, Mr. Tony George himself.
Hi. How's everybody doing?
Dude,
we were talking off air. Everybody had a nice evening last night. It was, I think maybe Derek Stevens this morning is second guessing having an open bar for 2.5 hours with this crew, for sure. And as Miss Lovely here already told me, I partook maybe more than I should, but
we all did.
I had a
free
calm
booze in
night
Vegas
with my book by the fireplace. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
I don't know what you guys are
My
talking
Bible.
about.
Isn't it? You know, I've lived out here for 9 years, and I started in these contests at the Westgate when there was like 1,000 people in them. When they had like their version of the Millions, the super contest, there'd be 800, 1,000 people, no fanfare, and what Mike Palm and Derek Stevens has done to pick up that ball and run with it, and what this has evolved into is nothing short of amazing with the popularity of sports betting out there in the country. And with that comes some pitfalls for a lot of recreational bettors. Talk about that if you want, but the excitement build up around here, the life-changing money for more than one individual, especially the Millions contest where you got 5 different ways to win, 4 quarters in the overall.
Yeah.
How many times do you come out here with your buddies? You guys have all done it. Come out here on a guy's trip, or she's come out with girls' trip, but she's one of the guys.
Well, she leads the guys' trip.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah,
That's true.
She's a unique cat. Put it that way. But
Thank you.
You drop $500 to $1,000 on a single game, and it's over in 2 hours.
Yep.
Yeah.
You've got 18 weeks to play with your $1,000, and like in the Millions contest, you've got numerous ways to times 10, times 20, times 30 your money, and with the Survivor, that's life changing. You can retire.
How many times have you given that speech to your wife? I'm gonna go
At
do
least
it.
1,000.
I love
You know? Right
Yeah.
before she left me.
He's single. I'm just kidding. All right. Now that we talked about the vision and how you've seen it grow, right, TG? What else do you see? Where else do you see this going other than obviously forward with everything else?
Well, I think what they're going to end up doing sooner or later, especially with Circa being, their license in Missouri now.
Yeah.
I think they'll do some pop-up satellite tournaments that aren't here, but in those other places as well, to generate interest in their book. I mean, Derek has been on record saying he loses money on this thing, but the promotion, the branding, all those things, and what other money it brings in outside of this for his casinos, the D, Golden Gate here, the payoff is there. I think you're going to see 25,000 to 30,000 people in Survivor.
Yeah.
Down there. I think you're going to get close to 18 or 19,000 this year. Millions will be up around 6,000. I think you're going to see that at 10,000. I think the popularity of it and the payoff is growing. And now with the media, like this setup here, when she shows up, some of these other people in here with these huge followings that are being informed, they're sitting around right now going, shit, I wish I was there.
They want to be a part of it.
They want to be a part of it. This is when you can go take a piss in the tall wheat with the big dogs. Hey, Tony George is this sports handicapper. He's been around 30 years. He sells picks. I know he's a big shot in Vegas. I'm better than he is. Come out and prove it.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's draw a line in the sand and get it the frick on. Because if you want to do it, this is where you can do it right here.
He's calling the internet trolls out, dog.
Yep.
Yeah, it does. That's what you do. The haters.
Yeah.
Okay.
Put your money where your mouth
I
is.
moved out here 9 years ago. You know what I do? I fire on bets on sports for a living.
Yeah.
I sell picks, but I fire on bets,
Yeah.
and that's how I make my living.
and
Selling picks is just I'm
It's just a
sharing
part
the
of it, yeah.
information with you.
Yeah.
We can't obviously do all the bets I do because of the CLV during the day. We put our
Yeah.
picks out in the morning, but closing line value, these different things, that I bet, and try and teach people now as I'm getting older about, the value of grinding and the slow pace of things. And then, strategically betting. And that's one thing that this contest teaches
Yes.
you, whether you're in the Millions of Survivor, it's strategic.
Yes.
There's more to it than picking team
Just
A
the
or
team.
team B.
Yeah, correct.
A monkey could throw a dart at a board. Jets -3 or Patriots +3. And he's going to hit, 40, 45% of the time. Guys like me, we give you a 10% edge over 50-50
Yeah.
at best. And that's
that-
what we do. And and I've always been honest with people about that. This is not easy. Winning 60% now is unbelievable. I would never in my life put out 5 NFL games on a Sunday ever for sale. I don't stretch my clients up, but you got to pick them in the millions.
Yeah.
That's where the rub comes. The first 3 for guys like me or you guys that are pros, they come easy. It's those other 2. And those
That
2
really-
are the
they
ones that
challenge.
cost you.
Yep.
That's the difference between making 20, 80,
Yeah.
100, 3, a million, or not making anything.
And that's how you set those scams apart and the
Right.
the Tony George apart, and the way he talks about it is it's like the wisdom that goes into it and then also the experience. But I love the way your strategy is with everything that you do. You sell picks, but then you give picks.
Yeah.
It's not like
I try.
it's all a one thing.
We do these videos where they got to give away free plays, and a lot of these on YouTube. Doc Sports has a YouTube channel. We've got like 90,000 daily subscribers, and these videos get 5,000 or 6,000 views. Here's the thing: I don't sell 5,000 or 6,000 picks a day, but I get 5,000 or 6,000 views where those guys are betting those picks, and that's how I'm judged. I'm not judged on winning. Wyndham Clark, I told him last week, 33-1, bet it all.
Yeah.
He's going to win the tournament.
He walked away with it too.
He walked away with it, and top 10 was plus 190. So, but what I try and do is, when I do my videos, I try and educate. Hey, here's the angle. Here's why. Here's how you approach this. Don't quit watching DraftKings begging you to bet 5-teamers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That they're a marketing machine. They're not a sports book. And the minute DraftKings has already limited my bets to $100. I mean, there's a reason why.
Yeah.
Because I'm an advantage player. I'm a sharp player. You beat them up.
Yeah.
Especially like last week.
They're
You
trying to
take 'em
catch
for
all the
11
others.
large.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get the email on Monday.
Yeah.
Oh,
they
you
just-
bet him top 10
Nope.
at 3 dimes. You bet a dime at 33-1. That you're worried about the first email that comes. You're wondering if they're going to pay you.
Mm-hmm.
But guess
Because
what?
they can take it back.
You hung a shitty line out there. Somebody didn't do their homework.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm doing my homework. Just like you guys are with
Yeah.
all these contest picks, and
Yeah.
your
A lot of goes
prominent spot here on Radio Row comes with a lot of respect, a lot of knowledge. That's why they put you in here to promote this thing. But the bottom line is, you have to have. If you don't have an approach, contest betting, money line betting, spread betting, knowing why would you lay 1.5 when you can play the money line?
Yeah.
WNBA games. How many times? 89,
That's beat.
88 final, minus 1.5. All you had to do was lay 120. All you had to do was frickin'
Yeah.
win. Were you thinking? Stop, slow down. That's all.
Yeah.
Just slow down, take it easy.
And that's what they want you to those apps. They want you to not slow down and not think about it and just like you said.
they
the
convince
Yeah.
they try and convince you that you can get a little bit pregnant. You can't.
Do you the pregnant or you're not?
That's
Yes,
it.
it's one way or the
No
other.
gray area.
All right.
I used to say that to my girlfriends. Are you sure you're just not a little bit pregnant? You really are. Well, oh shit.
So what do you think about on the million side? Because me and Carlos, we're going to do it as a team on that one. Do you think that's a better strategy versus
to team up on the millions.
on it? Because it's like you said, NFL games.
Here's the thing. Here's my angle, and I'm going to enter both, and I may even ask someone here randomly to be a partner in the Millions.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you why. And I I just did the Odds Breakers podcast with Kev. We're all
Shout out to Kev.
shout out to Kev next door. He brought up two different things on that podcast that I never even thought of all year long. You know, talking to me about South Carolina and college football. I'm like, wait a minute, I missed that. So if you have and partner up with someone that you respect and their knowledge, you don't always agree with them.
Yeah.
She's going to tell me she likes, the Chargers to win the division this year, and I like the Chiefs. I'm not going to say bullshit to that. I'm going to listen to her.
Mhm. Talk about it.
If we had
Talk
this
about
happen
it.
in politics in America, the country would be better off.
Yeah.
Listen to different perspectives.
Yeah.
And I think having a partner, I don't think that's a downfall. I think it's nice to have two different perspectives. Okay, give me your top 7 this week. Well, the ones that we both agree on, let's circle those right
Yeah.
away.
Yeah.
Okay, so we
It's a
don't
good
have to
idea.
worry about those. Now let's talk about these other 2.
Yeah.
Why do you like the Jets? Why do you like the Jaguars? What do you what? And here's why I like the other side. Oh, wait a minute, I never frickin' thought of that.
Yeah.
'Cause my brain was else. And I think the strategy to have a partner is not always that. I mean, am I doing it because I want to save $500 on an entry? No.
No.
I'm doing it because I think I want to have a better handicap that week.
And it's a different perspective.
Yeah, exactly.
Other than the one that you're already focused on.
In Survivor, same thing.
Except for like in Survivor, yeah. So then you're gonna get the blame no matter what. Like it's a double-edged sword with that. Yeah. Yeah. Millions though is a good partnership. Survivor, you gotta be in or you just are the one picking.
I was talking again, Kiev here a little bit ago. Last night I was talking.
He's up next.
He's up next. He's, by the way, you should have put him first because my shoes are way too big for him to fill with my talent. With my skill set next to his skill set in broadcasting, I tell you, I feel sorry for Kiev. But one thing, like last year, if we would have been partners in Survivor, he went out with Atlanta when Miami upset him last year. Same weekend, I had Atlanta as a game of the year, laying a number, and they got beat outright. They got their ass kicked so bad, it was unbelievable. Now, if we were on a team on Survivor, I would have had Atlanta circled if they were available because you can't use them very often.
Yeah.
And he would have had them. We would have went into that weekend going, man, we're on to week 13. We're in the money. We're going to be
Let's
millionaires.
go.
And boom, we both, so
Shut down.
sometimes the consensus opinion between the two of you is wrong too.
Yeah.
Maybe you can't see the forest because all the trees that weekend.
Yeah.
But that's what happens with the Survivor as you get deeper into it. You start reading all this shit, and you're putting too much thought into it instead of just
The simple, yeah.
top
the
18,
simple.
all the 18 week, all the futures lines are out, all the point spreads for every week in the NFL. The biggest favorite every week so far, I've circled those teams, moved them around, and I'll tell you what I'm going to do. That's how I'm going to do it this year. Unless they lose, say Joe Burrow goes down the week I wanted them, or that's, or Mahomes, or it's unexpected shit, which always happen. It never fails.
Always does.
Instead of sitting around, you get to the point where the Survivor is more stressful than picking the Millions.
Yeah. Yeah. I
And
agree.
plus the money pressure is
Because it's in the back of your head. You're thinking about it
constantly.
all the time.
That's right.
And then you scramble it up even more with numbers, and some people get into
Yeah.
AI.
It's
And,
like my team, Chargers week 1 is going to be the biggest pick.
Oh,
then-
you're a Chargers fan?
Yeah. Here's my problem.
Boy, well, everybody has a character flaw. That's okay. I'm okay with the Niners between these two. I'm okay with
It's
that.
a-
And I'm okay with the Huskers with this cat. We're,
Right.
born and bred.
Turf, yeah.
Yeah, but, Chiefs and, What's Herbert ever done? What's Mahomes done?
Like a lot.
Okay.
Okay.
Hardware in this closet.
And Denver's going to regress.
I agree. I'm
And the Raiders, well, they're the frickin' Raiders. They can't get laid in Monkey Whorehouse just full of bananas, so we don't have to worry about them. breaking in a rookie quarterback. So
Before I got to get this out of you.
Okay,
before you
get your
leave.
question.
You mentioned Nebraska, 6.5's the win total. You taking the over
Good
or the
job
under?
putting
on
it
that?
in.
I'll tell you a story. I talked to an insider there. My mom lives in Lincoln.
Yeah.
I live in Kansas City half the year and in Vegas half the year. And anyway, I went to Lincoln. I was at the sports bar, and this guy, I came in there. I used to do the Average Joe Sports Show. I started on national ESPN radio out of 1480 ESPN in Lincoln. And then when I was living there, and I got to know all these beat sports writers for the Lincoln Journal Star, and I know the lead host of Hell Varsity Radio up there, Chris Schmidt, and all these guys. I do a lot of shows with them. And I talked to a guy that's an insider on that team, and he told me flat out that Matt Rule is not a good X's and O's coach.
Yeah, that's what I've been told. Yeah.
He's only as good as his coordinators.
Yep.
Okay.
Now,
So he
as a
relies on
Husker, that scares the shit out of me.
He relies on them.
Okay, is this rated PG?
No.
No.
Good Lord.
You can
no.
cuss all the fuck
Oh,
you want.
Okay. Well, anyway, what's Calandria going to bring to the table at quarterback?
Speed, mobility.
The dog out here for a while.
He was.
That's nice.
You're familiar with him.
I think I am familiar with him. I've seen him play. I think the same thing. I think the Big Ten is different than the Mountain West because the lateral speed on defense in the Big Ten versus what's going on in the Mountain West is night and frickin' day difference. It's like playing quarterback for the Iowa State Cyclones versus playing quarterback now for the San Francisco 49ers. That's a big step.
Yeah.
There's adjustments that have to be made. How quickly he adjusts with a shitty-ass weak non-conference schedule, that's a good thing. I take 7 wins.
7 wins? That's
Yeah.
what I'm thinking. Yeah.
I'm managing my expectations. I like the defensive coordinator we got out of San Diego State.
Yeah.
I think Holgerson is steel.
That's what he was talking about.
You
Yeah,
were
the
talking about that. Yeah.
offensive coordinator. We're really going to miss Emmett Johnson
Yes, we are.
at running back. I think our running back room is weaker. I think our wide receiver and tight end unit's a little better.
Yep.
And I think the offensive line is improved.
Well, we got a real offensive line coach now. So
Yes.
That's going to make that's going to be a night and day.
And if
difference.
he relies
7
on
wins.
if he relies on him, then yeah,
I
that
think.
makes sense.
See, my thing is, I don't think Anthony Calandria is as good of a pure passer as Dylan Raiola, but he might fit what Holgerson wants to do with that offense a little bit more.
He definitely will fit in. I think that Holgerson can game plan offensively better around him than he could with Raiola.
Yeah.
Raiola was overhyped and he was soft.
Yep. Weak.
He was just soft.
He's scared to
just
get
he just if you have his I always say the eye of the tiger like a Brett Favre. Brett Favre was never the most talented quarterback in the NFL, not the most talented arm, but he had the eye of the tiger and he had grit. And he willed his team to win. You never felt that with Raiola there.
No.
You felt like you were at a disadvantage,
Yep.
especially when it got tight and you had to get in there and get nasty a little bit, really buckle the chin strap and get in there and start knocking some frickin' heads.
And
Yeah.
He wasn't the guy.
He couldn't
Yeah.
take a hit.
No.
No, and here's what I told everyone, man. I said a year ago, there was a team in the Big Ten that took a relatively unknown quarterback from the West Coast, and his name was Fernando Mendoza. So
Yep.
just everybody,
Yeah.
just pump the brakes and we'll see.
You talked about that.
They play the games for a reason. So
Yep. I think that the one thing about that division we're talking about, the Chargers and the Chiefs, I'm just telling you, I think there's a lot of people sleeping on the Chiefs this year. You better be careful. They got Bieniemy back. They got a stud running back in Walker out of Seattle. And I just think don't sleep on the Chiefs this year. They can be an 11-win team. And I was going to ask you guys something else since you guys are all NFL gurus. Have you ever seen a year where there is less hype and less press and less hoopla around a returning Super Bowl champion than you've seen this year? No one's talking about Seattle. Maybe because the Rams in that division, obviously the mark is high. If Stafford goes down for any reason, for any amount of time, Seattle's going to step right back
Yeah,
in there.
they
You got.
just-
I think people are sleeping on Seattle.
No,
Did you
they're
find
yeah,
that there's no
yeah.
hype? No
Well,
one's talking about them.
and that's because they're
Both.
no, but their market is smaller than most markets
But
that care about.
they still got a good. Well, they still got at running back. They got the kid out of UCLA. Charbonnet's a good running back.
That's the reason why they want it to be not they, but whatever the story is coming out of Seattle is like they want it to be kind of like the tuck under the rug, like, okay, you guys are good, you got what you needed, and your market and your fan base. But Seattle's always been kind of around in the background. You kind of don't think about them as much as like your main girl, but then you want to think about a side girl that could really get down. That's how I think about
Your
them.
backup.
You know what I mean?
That's exactly how I think about it. But I tell you one thing though, because I know she'll drop me some texts every now and then on Sundays when she's got her 49ers gear on.
Not all the time.
Now I will tell you, and the husband's wearing a 49ers. Here's the thing. See, if you're a 49ers fan, not only the Rams, but the Seattle's got to be renting space in the back of your head every Sunday. What are they doing? Still to this day. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, last question, and then we gotta get him. He's a busy man, so Go ahead.
I got a question for you. UCLA, Nico, there's been a lot of hype on him saying he's even better, got him in the system, or is it all just smoke?
Smoke and mirrors. Smoke and mirrors.
Smoke
I
and
don't see it.
mirrors. There you go.
Just,
You got your answer.
It's hard to in that conference to break out. I mean, there's just so many good teams there. I just competitive, yes. Making a huge mark, no.
All right, guys. Thank you, TG, for joining.
Thanks
the
for having me
legendary.
again.
Where can everyone find you that's watching right now?
Well,
Find you here in person, but
Mega Bar most of the day and Legacy Club tonight. Buying you a drink.
buying you a drink.
And buying Mr. a drink. DocSports.com. It's been around since 1971.
Yes,
There's a
has.
lot of options out there in the sports handicapping marketplace, and those people coming out of the woodwork. Doc's has been around since 1971. It's a legitimate profit guarantee on your card website. There's 12 guys. Scott Spreitzer's over there. He's a Las Vegas legend. Myself have been around forever, 34 years, and some really good and some young talent there as well. And of course, our YouTube channel, just search Doc Sports, and we've got about 15, 20 videos up there a day with free plays, and you can check my videos out. I give you a little betting knowledge along the way as well.
All right.
And at T. George Capper,
Yeah.
my
On
Twitter account
X.
got hacked. Mike Palms did too here. He couldn't recover his. I couldn't recover mine. I lost over 20,000 followers. So come give me a follow at T.
Yeah,
George Capper.
please do.
I'm
Please
giving
do.
free pics out there all the time.
You gotta
So,
get on
does.
TikTok, Tony.
huh?
You gotta get on TikTok.
That's for my daughter.
She can run it for you.
She probably could. Better than me.
Thank you guys for joining.
You bet.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Good to see you, bro.
so
Good
much.
to see you, man.
Tony,
Good to
great
see you.
sir.
Good to see you, my man. You
You're in
guys going to
Lincoln,
be out and
Papa.
about tonight at Legacy?
Yep.
Yeah.
You know it. We
Well,
got to do it.
I'll be down about 7 for happy hour drinks at the Mega Bar once I get done doing VSiN. I got to
All right.
do that show.
I know. You got to do it 6.
6:15, I think.
you
Something
so
like
much
that.
for
You bet.
joining.
We'll see you later. For sure. You guys have a good day.
See you later, boss.
Are we still streaming?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, next.
Keep it going.
Yeah, we're doing Austin.
All right.
All right, we're gonna get him on. Yep.
Grab that bag.
Business bag.
Sorry, did I run over? Did I steal some of your time?
No. Yeah. Hi, Katie. Sports Lady. Nice to meet you. Welcome.
What's up, Drew? What's your name? Carlos. Carlos Austin.
from?
Bay Area.
What's up?
Yep.
Omaha.
Yeah,
He's
Omaha.
from
Okay, I got
Omaha.
some family out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was born in Lincoln though.
Lincoln. Okay.
But I was there for like 1 year. Yeah.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, man.
Yes.
Thanks.
You want to say
Thanks,
hi?
Larry.
Where you're good.
You jump on, get a mic. Come on. I'm just kidding.
No. Nobody wants to hear him, but people want to hear him. You know what I mean? So, how are you doing? What are
Been good.
What are you doing at Ultimate
Well,
Contest
so
Weekend?
I live here in Las Vegas.
That's awesome.
So this was in the backyard, and I'm running my own fantasy league this year.
That's really
so I'm here
cool.
talking fantasy, being in the fantasy community, and just kind of embracing this kind of really
Environment?
community before the season. So
Okay.
I know Ian, who's runs like a huge tournament out here.
Mhm.
Well, not out here, just nationwide, and so that's how I got introduced to this whole ecosystem because I didn't know this was even a thing.
Really?
I know
really?
there's like the $100,000 thing. So Circa, I didn't realize is this big into like the sports stuff. So that's kind of
one of the biggest in
Yeah.
in the world, actually,
So this
of
is-
what we live in.
This is the first time
Yeah.
I've been out here and get introduced to this new world, so it's been awesome.
Yeah, so you like it?
Oh, well, I've been in the fantasy community since my second year in the league,
Uh-huh.
and really been building. What's that?
Yeah, you're a good-
Yeah.
So
You were kind of
Yeah,
busy,
absolutely,
right?
absolutely. So hey, as long as you're putting out, points, then no one has anything bad to say, So I was able to do that for a while, and then started my own leagues and things like that. Now it's kind of led to this big league that I'm running.
So, okay, so question, I'm gonna lead into
Yeah.
that. Did you used to do it too while playing?
I
as
got
fantasy?
introduced. I have a story about how I got introduced. To
Yeah,
fantasy.
please tell us
Um,
if you can.
yeah, I'll tell you.
Limited
I'll
time.
tell you when we have we're doing the mic.
Yeah,
or-
good,
yeah,
yeah.
it's good. Yeah, we're already on.
Oh, it's already on.
Yes.
Is this Hammond
Yeah.
right here?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought we were just doing some pre.
No, you're good.
Sorry.
Yeah.
My bad. Let me jump in.
We could cut some stuff out if you
No,
need
so
to.
yeah,
Okay.
the story about me getting into fantasy, it was my rookie year. We were playing the Jaguars. I was a third string back. The week before we played the Jaguars, the second string guy got hurt, and so I bumped up to number 2. I had mainly been on special teams.
Yeah.
And I get to the game finally, and I'm starting to pop off. I had like 2 touchdowns, like 60 yards. As a third string back the week before.
Right.
Now, like, who the heck is this guy? But in 4-minute offense, I end up fumbling the ball, and we lose in overtime to the Jaguars. Charger fan, maybe you remember that game, a long time ago.
Road game, white on white jerseys?
Potentially. No, they were in, no, they had different jerseys. This was like 9 years ago. I'm old now. I'm an old athlete. Anyway.
I mean,
I'm an
you
old
look,
athlete.
you look as young as like you. Yeah.
Memory from
Yeah.
I can think of something.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I fumbled the ball in overtime, we go into overtime, lose the game. I had a ton of Charger fans that were pissed off. Why is a rookie in the game? What are you doing? But then the fantasy community arrived in my DMs and were like, "We love you. You're amazing. Who are you?" Like this
What's going
attention,
on?
and I was like, "This is strange."
So weird.
Like there's a whole group of people out there that don't care about how our team does. They just care about how I do. And then the next year, I started to kind of get into a little bit more, and then I eventually started my own leagues during
Wow.
the season.
Wow.
I used to run like 20-man leagues. I don't know if you know that much about
Wow.
fantasy. It was
Yeah.
brutal.
Me
It's
too.
intense.
Brutal.
Brutal.
I played in a 16.
So well, I'm
team.
like, how can I
It's
get
tough.
a ton of people want to play? So what's the biggest league I can do?
Oh,
That's what I'm
how
looking
can I
at.
get more people?
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's still
That
not
is
that many,
so.
but
That is like.
compared to how many we want to play, but 20
Yeah.
league. If you get anyone hurt, you're basically done.
It's good.
It's over.
Yeah.
It's like
And there's no like backups ever. You're
it's like
just
best ball. Basically, you're just doing a best ball and then hoping for the best that no one on your team
Yeah.
gets hurt because
Yeah.
no one has room
And
to
then
trade.
shooting darts
Yeah,
when it comes to
exactly.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so ever since then, started to. I had my 107 catches 1 year, and
PPR machine.
yeah, that was a big year. That was with Philip. Shout out to the GOAT out there in San Diego.
Carlos had you, I think, 1 year. We all play in our own fantasy,
Okay.
right? And he would always raise his head and be like, "Yes, Eckler for me."
Oh yeah.
You'd be like, Ecky the stick.
Yeah, I've heard them all. Yeah, X gonna give it to you. I've heard them all. Yeah, I've heard them all.
That's pretty good,
Yeah,
though.
that's probably
Yeah,
the best one
yeah.
I've heard. X gonna give it to
Like
you.
with the, that
There's
is
one-
a really good one.
there's one
That's why
year-
you remember it too.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
There's 1 year. It was funny. I was in a league. It was like a celebrity league. And I was like, okay,
Oh my God, how did they do?
I just
Like,
came
just give me a little bit of like.
terrible. Like
They don't care.
the thing is, like, you get in at the beginning, and then other stuff comes up in their life, and they're like, it's kind of just dwindles,
And
but
they go
anyway.
on auto, like
Yeah,
auto.
exactly.
That's
But
terrible.
funny story from that league. I had just had a good year the year before, and I was picking like 7. I'm like, okay, I can't get me at 7. How can I trade up? So I trade up to number 3, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna snag myself, and unfortunately, I didn't fall that low. I went number 2 overall that year, and I feel like when people play in the league with me, I think it's like funny for them to get me, so I can play against myself, and they can have
Oh,
me
and
beat
you're like, what am
myself.
I? Yeah.
You know?
That's pretty
So
cool.
yeah, some fun times playing fantasy for sure.
Yeah. You guys have any questions on fantasy and his new thing going on?
Dude, the NFL didn't care about players playing fantasy.
No,
I
they
didn't
don't
know.
No,
care.
they do.
Oh,
I
okay.
think you guys,
Yeah,
they can anyway,
we
right?
always have a gambling policy.
Yeah.
And when it comes to like fantasy and like sports of skill, you can't receive any gifts or prize money over $250.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So everything I played was for charity or for free.
So they're
Oh,
like,
okay.
and you're doing it for
Yeah.
competitiveness too, and you're just like,
For me, it was like
Right.
yeah.
for me, it's like it's the community, right? I'll
Yeah.
put up a signed jersey, stuff like that for
Yeah.
the community to
Oh,
win.
And like you said, you challenge yourself. You're like, well, how
Yeah.
can I
Well,
beat my own
I'm
self
not into,
in this?
I didn't have as much time to get into it as
Of
everyone
course,
else did,
right, yeah.
because I was just focused on the actual game. So
Yeah.
like my experience of my due diligence on fantasy was just like scouting reports. When I watched like other teams' defenses, I would obviously watch the offense as well. So that's how I knew players. And
Yeah.
so I was never very good because of that, because fantasy is a little bit more in depth. You got to know
Yeah.
coordinators, things like
There's
that.
so many things.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. If
So
you want to
many.
be really good at it, for sure.
Injuries, getting into it. And
Well,
you're
injuries,
like,
you
what
can't
is
ever
going
predict
on?
injuries.
Yeah.
Injuries are something that, you get all these things every year, like, oh, this guy gets injured every year.
Or it's like,
me,
what's the?
I never play into that. I can't buy into that, because as an athlete, I'm going in. I don't plan on getting injured. So I treat that as my fantasy
Right,
team. None of these
right.
guys are going to get injured. You
Right.
know? So that's how my philosophy.
And then
is.
there's what's the status that I'm forgetting it? It's like a status that you're like, okay, I have to wait a day to figure out if I
doubtful?
need. Yes,
Yeah,
and
it's
or there's
doubtful.
another one too where you're
Questionable?
yes, and you're just like, what the fuck does this
I
mean?
can't be in the locker room like right before kickoff, like, hang on, I got to see what the report is on this guy. You know?
Yeah, or like
Okay,
it's
sit.
questionable.
You're locked in. You're locked in.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah, exactly. So anyway, I've been more of a casual fan, but I more enjoy bringing the community together.
Yeah, that's
like
really cool.
I've run some charity fantasy leagues and stuff like that, like for my foundation, just to raise
Is
money.
that
It's great.
is that the most fun? Like, what's the most
It's-
fun in the leagues that
No,
you've ran?
I think the most fun's the one I'm doing right now. And
Yeah?
the reason the charity one wasn't as fun is because I had like 7 of them, because we'd fill up and like, okay, let's start another one,
Yeah.
start another one, start another one. And so it just was a logistical kind of thing, and it just kind of was overwhelming.
Yeah.
And so I've now transitioned to this new concept with Fantasy Royale,
Yeah.
where we can have unlimited people join. It's not traditional fantasy, it's what I call fantasy sports. So you have a few different survivor contests, you have a few different weekly pick'ems,
That's awesome.
and you get points for how well you do in those, and that's your weekly score. And so it's a different type of fantasy. It's still like a fantasy sports. You get tested on different skills though.
And where can you find that?
So
Awesome.
Fantasy Royale.
Okay.
It's we have a website. We have an app as well.
Okay,
And
Instagram, all that stuff.
Instagram, yeah. You can
Okay,
check it out.
great, yeah.
So we're up in line. I think we have like 8,000 people right now. And so what's unique about us is we have a national leaderboard. We're gonna see who the best player in the nation is. We'll see who the best player in each state.
I love that.
Each city,
Yeah.
each fan base, and we have prizes all the way down. So if you're like, for instance, a Charger fan, we have Charger signed gear for the Charger fan base. If you win and place in that.
That is pretty cool, yeah.
So it's layered. It's layered between the fan bases, the states, the cities, and then the nationwide, obviously, which is kind of our juicy prize of like sign, like my game. I have 2 signed game jerseys, one for my Commander's career, one for my Chargers career, and we have like $1,500 worth of signed memorabilia for that one as well.
That's
So,
pretty awesome.
yeah.
Do you guys all get together at one like time of the year, 2 times of the year, for the whole thing, or you like
For this league?
Yeah.
Oh no, this is everyone all over the place.
All over the place,
We got
yeah,
8,000
okay.
people. You make your picks.
Yeah.
On your own.
No, I mean like at the end, like
Oh,
like
this is the
a
first year we've done it this big. Last
Yeah.
year, I just did a Survivor tournament. I do a lot of fantasy stuff.
Yeah.
Last year's Survivor tournament, there was like 12,000 people that joined, so that was
Wow.
like a great turnout.
That's
yeah.
insane.
And no, we didn't do anything, get together or anything like that. I haven't coordinated that far yet down the road.
I maybe in the
I
future.
was still playing last year, so
Yes.
I'm unemployed right now. So, maybe I got some time for a get together or something. We'll see. Yeah, I'm still fielding calls and trying to see where the right. It's
later this season.
It's slow right now. It's slow right now because
Do we need to add him?
everyone's in their crunch time, and for me, I feel like at this point, you know what you're gonna get out of me. I'm
Yeah.
gonna be a third down, 2-minute guy. That's probably it for your team. You probably have a committee. So right now,
Very nice.
everyone knows I'm available, looking to staying in shape, looking to coming back, and now it's does your situation fit having this player on your team? So There'd probably be injuries. Some things don't work out with some players. That don't.
Yeah.
That's the shuffle, right?
Right.
You know, people come in, people don't play well, people get hurt. So you need veterans like me that
Yeah.
you don't have to get another young guy that, all right, here's our offense. I
Yeah.
can learn your offense on the plane ride to your facility.
Yeah.
You know, I've been there, I've done that for 9 years plus now. So
We know you can catch the ball and score.
I can catch the ball. I can score touchdowns. Give me the ball in the red
Yeah.
zone. Just throw me some screen. I'll
Exactly.
get in there.
Exactly.
Heck yeah.
I remember this play where it was like it's photographic in my head. It was Philip. It was against the Dolphins. I believe.
Okay.
Threw this like crazy.
Oh
sidearm
yeah, that was a
Like a
sick one.
dice throw?
Yeah, that was sick. That was
Maybe
sick.
that was the time you yelled
yeah,
it.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what we call schoolyard bullshit.
Yeah.
Well, that was cool because like he isn't obviously not very mobile, but he like stepped up, started running, and then a little sidearm thing, like got missed right, and then like dove to the end zone. That was sick. That was dope. That was like movie quality, you know.
Yeah.
He wasn't mobile, but the dude had like 19 kids. He's got to be able to move on his
He's
feet,
gotta-
right?
Mobile hips,
Quick
mobile
decision.
hips, but not
hips is-
not
yeah.
mobile legs.
Split decision making, right?
Any other questions for
Okay, so this is kind of funny because Tony George, we talked about this a couple years ago. The gentleman was here, big Nebraska guy. He has this saying: if you're born in the state of Nebraska, you're always going to be born a Cornhusker. Are you a Cornhusker?
I did grow up watching. Well, here's the thing. I had a reason beyond being born there. So my cousin Mike Eckler actually coached.
Oh,
there.
that's your
So-
cousin? I didn't even put that together.
Yeah.
Okay.
This guy.
There's not a lot of Ecklers out
He
there.
had 2 stints there.
If you meet an Eckler,
Yeah.
we're probably related.
He had
I'm
2
probably
stints there.
Wow.
He's
Wow.
a USC now, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Yeah, he's actually, special teams over there. So he jumps around a little bit, but he was there during the time. He was doing special teams and linebacker coaching over there for a little bit. And so we were watching him. And I lived in Colorado, too. And this is back
Oh,
when it
'cause
was
you-
like head to head. Like the rivalry was strong at that point. It's way different now because the conference is all messed up. But some good times watching the Cornhuskers. And in Nebraska, that's all you got.
Yeah.
What else you got out there?
Yeah.
There's no pro sports.
Nope.
You got cornfields and the Cornhuskers.
Our daughter was born in Nebraska, and she
Okay.
takes pride in it now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's a Husker.
Her brother was born in LA,
Yeah.
so they're always like he's like, oh, I was born
There's a
in.
great
She's
community
like,
around that out there, you know.
Yeah.
If you're not from there, it's hard to get. Like,
No.
hey, there's nothing out here. Like,
No,
you guys
they're
are
the-
weird, you know,
like-
but like if you're around that, like, you love that.
oh,
Like,
we
it's-
loved it.
It's awesome.
Yeah, if I could go back into the simple life, that's what I would.
You know, I always wonder about that sometimes. Like, man, like I wish, you know, in my mind, I could just be satisfied with like, hey, go retire, go live on a lake, and just fish every day. You know, it's like, man, wouldn't that be simple? But then I'm like, that sounds way too boring. I get tired of that so
yeah,
quick.
exactly. Like you'll be
Yeah,
done.
no, for sure.
You'll
And
be
I'm
done
like,
in like 5 days. You're like, I'm ready to go
like,
back.
It's a blessing and a curse to have like this drive to keep going and
Yes.
do all these things.
Yes,
you know?
yes, it's true.
But anyway,
But it's the hustle.
You got to do something, right? You got to do something
know,
with your
but-
time. You
but-
can't just sit there.
doesn't it sound like, man, it's like I have to do something because my mind is like wanting to go do that. But what if my mind just wanted to like I said, go just rip some lips and live on the lake? You know,
Yeah.
that sounds so super peaceful. But anyway, now I want to run massive thing. Actually, I have a new concept for next year.
Okay.
I'm curious what you guys think about this because this doesn't exist right now in the fantasy space.
Uh-huh.
So in fantasy, everyone lives in silos. Like you live in your fantasy league, you live on DraftKings, you live on FanDuel, wherever you live.
Yeah.
Polymarkets now. So next year, well, right now I'm actually starting the Fantasy Pro Association. So there are a few big contests out there, and I want to designate some of those as pro card eligible. And there'll be certain credentials that you have to meet, like probably placing pretty high or getting far, like in a Survivor tournament,
Yeah.
that will make you pro card eligible, and you can actually earn your fantasy pro card. Just like we have in poker, just like we have in
That's
golf.
pretty cool.
Right?
Yeah,
you have
yeah,
a bunch
yeah.
of different tournaments
Yeah.
out there, and
Yeah.
if you place well, you become a pro. And so I'm like, there's enough people in the fantasy community and enough people that are playing at a high level or want to achieve that and have something that carries across the entire industry.
Yeah.
Not just I did well in a DraftKings thing, right? You did well, and then you get recognized, and you have a pro card for it.
Yeah.
So that's kind of a new concept.
So something to show.
Something to show
the
across
worth
the
of
industry
what
that
you've
people
done.
can
Yeah.
respect
Yeah.
everywhere.
Yeah.
As opposed to, oh yeah, I won last
Yeah.
year.
And
Where
it's like you
oh,
got your
cool,
little
dude.
trophy.
But
you
if
know?
I say I got my pro card, it's like, oh shit, like this dude's legit.
I love it. I love it. Kind of like
Yeah.
giving what's earned. Yeah.
Heck yeah.
No, that's
So
great marketing.
So for me, again, I'm just always
Wheels are
turning-
spinning.
So quick story: I was an entrepreneur before football. I say I accidentally made it to the NFL because I wasn't even trying to make the NFL. I went to a tiny Division II school. No one from my school, Western Colorado. Yeah, my man, no, that's what's up. Coach Lynn, when he was the coach, he said we just call it college. I don't know. What that
You
is.
just
He went to
call
college
it
somewhere,
college.
you know. But no one
You
from
did it.
no one from my school had ever made it to the NFL. So for me, I was thinking business. I'm gonna get into oil and gas, and then use that to get in real estate.
Yeah, that's
Like, that was my degree, energy management. And my junior year, my coach comes to me and he's like, "Hey man, you have some scouts that are interested in you." I'm like, scouts? Like, never seen a scout, never seen a pro day. There's never been anything like that on campus. I know everyone on campus. 2,500 students at our school. It's like a big high school. My mom was literally still the loudest person in the stands. Like I still hear. I'm in college and I hear my mom whistling up there. Like, oh, that's my mom. Because there's like a few hundred people in the
I
stands.
know.
It's into the mountains too, so most people like fishing,
Right,
hunting,
right,
skiing.
right,
Right? They're not like football.
Yeah.
Until we actually started winning my senior year. But
What elevation?
highest is higher than Wyoming, like 7,000,
Wow.
like 800 something.
It's
feet.
pretty high. It's
Yeah,
pretty high up there.
the highest. Fun joke about that. Anyway, highest and the highest elevation is what we said.
That's where all the boxers go out there to train. There's a
my
lot of boxers and Crawford
Oh yeah,
out there to
they
train.
tried to put an Olympic center up there, but the town
They
shut it
said-
down
Yeah.
because
wow.
it was going to bring too much industry to the area.
So they like to keep it.
It is full small town. But anyway, so I ended up making it from there, and like wasn't even expecting to be here, you know, in the league. Was using football to pay for school. Junior year, coach was like, hey, you got an opportunity. I was like, let me see what happens in my senior year. Did well again my senior year, and then sure enough, ended up getting an opportunity with the Chargers. So
I love
it's
that.
been a journey. So I say that because my entrepreneur side always has stayed with me. It's never left me. That's who I was, and that's who I still am.
That's good. And yeah, and it keeps it's spinning,
Yeah.
and it's only like for the better of everything too, which is
And that's
great.
why I love fantasy, because it's the community. It brings people together. Yeah, there's some bad apples, and I would say this: the negativity is louder than the positivity. There's a ton of positivity. There's actually more positivity
Than
that I've
anything,
experienced
yeah.
anyway. But there's social media. There's always the negative that gets instant emotion. The positive stuff takes a while to kind of build up. I can make you mad instantly. I
Yeah.
can't make you happy
Yeah.
instantly. Right? It takes a little bit longer.
That's
for
like
that,
saying, like the people that don't like saying, we all don't like it when people tell us no, right? So then, but then it gets you working, right?
I think, and it's
Positive.
it's typically never the fantasy people over the years. Well, for the most part, everyone's been happy with me on their team. But it's the sports betting people. It's the parlay people. It's the daily fantasy people. The people that need 7 yards today, or 7 catches
I
or whatever
love the-
today. I get a bigger contract.
Yeah.
So I'm trying my hardest
Yeah.
for not only your money but also my money.
Yeah.
My money first and yours indirectly.
Yeah.
It's like, no, dude,
Which
I
we all
woke
get
up
paid.
this
We
morning
get
and I
paid.
said, I'm going to ruin this guy's parlay.
Like you sit there and you're like, this guy, we're gonna ruin it today.
There's more negative on yourself.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you. Sorry, I'm kind of taking
Yeah,
over this.
no,
But
no,
what do you
no,
guys think
you're
about
good.
this? Because this has been popping up recently. So the NFL just renewed some licensing with some of the sports books.
Okay.
And I see a ton of comments about you can't convince me it's not rigged now. Like it's obviously rigged. Like how more obvious can it
more
be that it's
question it,
rigged?
yeah.
Because there's always the questionable calls that
Yeah.
people associate with. Oh, it's the refs rigging it. It's Vegas rigging it. So have you guys dug into that at all and kind of
Yeah.
debunked that? Or what side of the fence are you guys on? Like are you guys suspicious at all?
I think
or what?
Do I think it's scripted like the WWE? No.
Yeah.
I think everything, whether it's sports, business, politics, there's always a little bit of tomfoolery going on. The question is it enough to affect the end result?
Yeah.
I don't think the NFL moves the needle. Whatever's going on in the NFL, I don't think it's a concerted effort by the NFL to script games or anything
Yeah.
like that. There may be some refs that are crooked. I don't know. But I don't
Which
think...
we've heard, right? Not there's some NFL stuff that's under the table that's like, oh, maybe some of those Super Bowls weren't called so right or called a different way. But I think it's sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good.
I think it's like it's driven based on, I mean, as a gambler, if I'm pissed off and it's Sunday and I'm betting on something and it's my last leg of the parlay, of course I'm gonna say it's rigged if I
Oh,
lose.
yeah.
You know
No,
what I'm saying?
if-
Like I'm gonna admit that.
We're
Right?
we're
Like-
before season.
Yeah,
I'm
like-
already seeing the rig.
Yeah,
so
it's
like,
already like it's rigged.
like
it's rigged.
PTSD for people like
They're
that.
in my group chat. They're in our group. We're in a
But-
group chat. When I'm 5 beers deep and my team is down, the refs have fixed it. It's the 12th man.
yeah.
It's fixed. They've got
Especially
money on
if
the
it's
game.
his team, you
But
know?
then the next day, I'm like, I was kind of.
Yeah.
So maybe it's just a venting mechanism.
Yes.
You know,
or
it's
or
like-
the blame game.
Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
Austin?
Like,
So, like,
I
when
can't
you,
take accountability for me losing. It's not my fault or my team's fault.
and then you do after you take a breather, and you're like, you know what? Like, yeah, that makes sense. This
People
team is
watch too
stupid.
much of that true crime crap. They think there's a conspiracy behind every corner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big game, like, it's one thing I think about, like a big college game, for example. And one thing I don't like is the slowing down of it. That kind of breaks what could potentially cause a rig.
Yeah.
What I say by that is like too many commercials.
Yeah.
When you're in a game, you're just sitting there. The guys just kind of, yeah, like, let's go. The momentum's gone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you probably
That's the
feel
thing I
For sure.
kind of get a little bit
where
Okay.
you're like, there's too many like game break. Yeah, he's like, too many game breaks. How many commercials do we have? Let's get down. Like they were in momentum,
Yeah.
and you're like, oh my god, if they didn't like, okay, perfect example. Our team, 2012,
Who's your team?
49ers.
Okay.
2012, Kaepernick.
The blackout game?
Yeah,
The lights.
momentum.
Like the momentum for the other side that hurt, and I saw that. It's like, hey, what's happening?
Yeah, like you got it. Like it's Super Bowl. We don't have lights. Like this
Right,
is insane.
right.
What are we doing?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
This is the
Yeah.
pinnacle operation.
Like this is an everyday
everything
thing.
needs to be-
Like there's games across
So
18
yeah,
weeks.
there's
you
there's
know?
so many factors that, like you mentioned, like there might be some stuff here going on here and there, but it's almost impossible to pinpoint it because
Right.
there's so much going into all this stuff.
And he's right too. Like it could trend in a certain way where you're like, drive it.
My other thing was, if there was a giant organized concerted effort by the NFL to rig games, there'd be some whistleblower by now. Somebody would have spilled the beans
Oh.
with like
Yeah.
internal
Right.
ties.
This is my theory. There's too much on the line for that to happen.
Yeah.
You can't have betting if it's rigged. Like
Yeah.
WWE, you can't bet on that. Maybe you can do it on Polymarket
Yeah.
because you
They
do
give
everything
you-
on
yeah.
that. But like actual sports books, they don't pick up
No.
WWE
Right.
No.
because there's too much insider information, and so
And too
you would
much
lose
drama.
all of it. You would lose all of that engagement, all of that right money that's coming in through those sponsors, and so yeah,
No.
I was curious where you guys were on the fence. I
No,
know
yeah.
that's a recent happening.
My theory on it is like over the last 5 years of sports games, the pros out here in the desert are so good at their job. And they're top.
Yeah.
Are so good at their job. They're running back statistics, every week. And so over the last 5 years, when you look at like sports, it's come down to a number like
Yeah,
so
all
much
the
more
whole
This
time.
is so unbelievable.
Yeah,
And so
more than ever, so.
I agree. Yeah, and that's also suspicious to people because they're like, how can you be this good at setting the line?
Step up because you guys are so good.
Yeah.
They
Well-
can't put out a phony number because they're going to get smoked.
No, they have to. Yeah, your whole job is to put the line as
Right.
so close to possible where we can actually make money on one of the sides. You
There's
know.
this line that I got on Beast and that is like the point spread is a great equalizer.
Mhm.
Just levels everything out.
Yeah,
You get
Crazy.
two-way action.
It is.
You get excitement when you got money on the line.
and so much goes into it, obviously, right, on both ends.
I mean, that's why we love
Yeah.
we love
Yeah,
it.
we live
Oh
the
yeah,
thrill.
absolutely, absolutely.
Just like you live the thrill when you get the thing, we live the thrill when you get the thing.
Oh yeah. Well,
Yeah.
you have something on the line. Yeah, I get it. I 100% get it. Like
That's
right
what-
now, as an unemployed football player, like it's like, who am I rooting for? You know, like I need someone to go root for. You know, so I get it. Like when you have money or a fantasy team, like it gives you a little bit more passion to like
Yeah.
go and be involved in the community, watch football. It's just more of a enjoyable situation because
Yeah.
you have something on the line. You know, like right now I have nothing on the line. It's kind of nice because there's no stress on my shoulders. But when I'm in that, that's kind of like the thing that feeds me and keeps me going and keeps me pushing that while I'm playing. You know.
And you have all the other things going on too that you just talked about, so that's pretty
Well,
cool.
one thing actually, I know it's a lot of things I did in the past. So just to be clear, right now I'm only running Fantasy Royale.
Yeah,
running
okay.
Fantasy Royale. Everything else is being set up behind the scenes, right? The
Uh-huh,
pro card thing.
uh-huh.
But right now, Fantasy Royale,
Love
it's free
it.
to join if you guys want to check it out.
Yeah, thank you for joining.
Yeah,
We
absolutely.
appreciate you.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Thanks for coming on the
Yeah,
show.
thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah,
you
of
guys
course.
interviewing some of the $100,000 people?
Yeah, Tony's coming on, and then Aaron,
Okay.
he's part of it. So
I'm like,
yeah.
how do these people, like, if I had $100,000 on the line,
They win that, and then they go
I
right
would
back
be-
into it.
But
That's
it's
not-
the same, it's
that's-
the same thing. It's a community.
it goes like past enjoyable for me. at that
Yeah,
point.
that gets
You know, like there's a spectrum.
Even he says
There's a
it.
spectrum, and if I have $100,000 on anything,
You're just like,
Like I'm very conservative with my finances, and so if I'm like that for $100,000, oh my, I am stressed. It's no longer fun for me.
Well, it's a job.
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 And the crazy
that's true,
thing,
that's true.
the crazy thing is with Derek and everybody here, Mike and everybody, they know that if you win any of these contests, you're
Yeah.
going right back into it.
Yeah.
That's just
Oh,
how
you're coming back
you know.
to- yeah,
Oh, like
absolutely.
you're in it now. You're in it for more than what you already
Right.
were.
So exactly, like people like this, like would love to have a pro card, right, across the industry. stuff like
Exactly.
that. Yeah, yeah.
Not just the jacket.
Right, exactly. Oh yeah, I saw them walking around with the
Yeah.
jackets, which is.
You're like, what are
But it's like-
those?
exactly. If you don't know about this, you're like, who are these weirdos? You know?
Blue jacket,
Looks
you
like-
want those blue jackets.
Yeah. That's what I'm after.
Right, right.
I'm after to be
Right.
the first.
Everyone knows what it is. You're like, oh my God.
Like,
I never heard about it until here. So because I haven't been in the circle.
yeah, exactly what he said. Your gold jacket. For me, I want to be the first female with that blue
There it is.
jacket.
There's no females right now.
No. That's why the sports betting queen's
go.
here. You know
Dude,
what I'm saying? Yeah.
It's so cool meeting the people that win it though, because they're
Oh, yeah?
all just like normal dudes. Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
They sell insurance or something like that. And they paid their house off and they're a millionaire now. You know what I mean? Like,
even
it's
the
so
owner
cool.
of this place, I think his name's Derek.
Yeah.
He's
He's the
like, hey
best.
man, like if the Lions have a running back. He's talking fantasy with me.
I love it. Yeah, they
Like,
they
yeah.
they built that community that you also
Yeah.
have, like
Like you
culture.
said, the ecosystem here, the ecosystem at this place, like you say, it's nice, it's very home.
Yeah.
And it's just like once you're in it, you don't want to get out.
Yeah.
Like why would you want to put out
Yeah.
in a system that's that makes sense.
And the best thing about it is they make you feel at home. It's not like, hey, what do you like? Who's that
I was
person?
actually talking
Avoid
to,
them.
to Ian, who runs the big tournament that I was talking about, and
Yeah.
that's what he does his events here because it's owned by the two brothers, Derek and his
Yeah.
brother. So it's the corporate red tape, check the box for putting on every event isn't there. It's like, hey, how can we help you? How can we do this
Yeah.
in the best way for everyone?
Yeah,
so
and it's
everyone
personable.
wins?
It's not like
Exactly.
you're
So
just like in another.
the rest
yeah.
of most of the strip is corporate
It's all
owned.
corporate, yeah.
And so it's going to be up the chain. That's not our policy.
You're dealing with someone that
Push
you-
this to
yeah.
person. You got to jump through all these hoops to get
Right.
anything done, and it's a pain in the ass.
Guy named Mr. Vinny Shea.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. You know, so yeah.
A guy with the last name.
Yeah, you're not
Right,
gonna see the owner
exactly.
of Park
Oh, exactly.
walking
Oh,
around.
he's the
like,
best.
no.
Shout out to Circa. Yeah.
Yeah,
they got going on
he's
here.
the fucking best.
Oh yeah. You know, but the money, people get the money hungry, right? And then it kind of ruins things over time. You know.
But yeah, no, thank you for
Yeah,
joining.
thanks for having me. I'll jump
appreciate
off.
it.
You
No,
guys-
no,
you
no,
guys-
no,
you
no.
guys-
was
We-
nice
we
to
don't
meet
wanna
you,
kick
brother.
you out.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Yes,
Thank you.
yes, absolutely.
Good to see you.
Good. All right, guys, we are back at Ultimate Contest Weekend, Circa Sports, Circa Las Vegas. The only place to be right now, day one. We're in day two. Day one passed us like, I don't know. Like, I feel like my days are so weird and my time zones are screwed up, but we're in the same time zone. So, like, it's kind of weird. I feel like I'm in a different world. How about that? Yeah.
It's
Exactly.
been a blur, and I'm losing my voice now because I've been talking for like 4 hours straight. But thank you. Yes.
Circa Waters.
Yes. I love this. Look at this. Got it all lined up here. But I'm getting in Survivor as well. Doing
But
some
wait,
millions
I didn't
and-
do your intro. I didn't do his intro. By the way, I was just on a show. If you were watching and following me, this is Kiev of Odds Breakers.
Yep, the Odds Breakers at the Odds Breakers. Thank you. McKatie's been on my show. I've been on your guys' show, and we have a good time doing it. And it's home and homes are great, and we really enjoy Crooks and Books and stuff you guys do. So it's a good partnership.
Yeah,
we
and-
love it at Vegas. We have fun.
Yeah, neighbors at Radio Row. There's no other neighbor I'd rather have.
Thank
to be
you.
honest,
That's
yeah.
so sweet, and
Yeah.
I feel the same. We made sure we're next to each other and
Yeah.
getting this thing going. But man, I'm so excited for Survivor. Look at the numbers. It's
I
shooting
know,
up.
I know.
cannot believe we're almost at 14,000 entries here with 3
Insane.
weeks to go.
Okay, you asked me on your show, Strategy, Survivor, Millions. How many entries do you have? What are some things, or maybe one thing that you're kind of leading into now as a strategy, if there is one?
Well, see, if you're talking Survivor, you have to ask yourself this: are you looking to split this pot with 2,000 people? Because if so, just pick favorites. Oh, maybe you get through, maybe you don't. But I mean, once you get through, you're splitting it because everybody's doing it.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the team on the road. Maybe, look at the favorite that's on the road. Maybe look at the -2.5 spread. Look at those games a little bit. It's a game. It's a game inside of a game that you're playing yourself. You can't think about the money. You can't think about the investment, because
Yeah.
if you start doing that, then you're going to be stuck picking what everybody else does. If you do anything, have a couple entries, or just have like your office pool Survivor, pool it together for this. Get to Thanksgiving,
Yeah.
and then go 1 and 1 on each side. That's a great strategy too.
Yeah.
But if you think it forget about how much money you paid for it, how much money's on the line. That's the way to approach it properly, and I think that's the game that nobody really understands.
Yeah, and that's such a good point. From somebody that's been, how long have you been playing with these contests?
I've been playing Survivors for over 20 years. These contests, this is my third year in Circa. I've been doing Millions for about 6-7 years now. And so I was on Millions 2, not 1. As soon as Millions 2 came, it's when I started talking to Derek, and that's when we started coming here. So it's been a long time.
That's so awesome.
And it's fun, and it's great networking, and it's my passion. I enjoy sports betting a lot. I enjoy learning about it. I enjoy learning to try to win, and that's the fun thing about it, because I watch sports, and if you watch sports, it's nice to have a little something extra on it.
To look forward to, obviously, right?
Yes,
But
look
we all
forward to
want.
it. Absolutely, looking forward to it.
That's awesome. Any questions about Survivor, Circa Millions for somebody that's been in it for look how many contests he's been. You know what I
Your
mean?
team, do you guys have like a team one and then you go on your own, or is it just you?
We haven't had a team one. We briefly discussed it, but the truth is that we don't want to have to collaborate. We want to do our own thing. I mean, a team one, it'll be kind of fun, because Sean will screw up one week, Dave will screw up one week, and then we're going to be all busting each
Screwed
other's
up.
balls. I mean, that's just kind of how it is. And I'll screw up plenty. It's just the way it is. Yeah, I mean, maybe down the road. It's not like we're taking it out, but right now we do it individually, and we have 4 so far individually, but. We can possibly do more. It's not over yet. We'll see.
It's still going. Brad, anything?
Yeah, so last year you brought D Nasty along. Are you still in all his fantasy leagues, or?
I've always been in one of his, and he's in mine. I've cut my fantasy leagues down to 3. I do like fantasy football. Don't get me wrong, and it makes me bet props better. I'm better at betting props because of it, because
That's
you
a good way
understand
to-
cornerbacks are facing this receiver, our schemes for different defensive coaches. So it makes you really good at betting props. I have a little TikTok thing I do called basically the prop bets of the week that I'm taking.
Same
TikTok
handle.
props. Yeah,
Oh, TikTok
at the
props.
Oddsbreakers TikTok props. And
Okay.
I'll do that, and we always win in TikTok props. Last year we were just a little winner, but the 2 years before we were big winners, and so the TikTok props are fun and they pay off, especially if you get ahead of injury news. So that's what's great about it. Dean Asty's great at fantasy, and that's his thing. And he'll be on every Monday on our show talking about the injuries from Sunday and talking about the prospects for the next week. We do a waiver wire part. We do a trending up, like players like are playing the Browns or something, and then you think the second string running back might get a lot more play at the end of the game. That's kind of stuff we talk about and try to bring value.
Awesome. TikTok props.
The NFL always has like worst to first team. Who is your team this year that you think's gonna uprise?
Well, it's been the Giants, but I'm not like I hate their injuries right now in wide receiver, but it's John Harbaugh. He's a first place coach. He's been a first place coach for a long time. I like betting coaches more than I bet players. I think he'll figure it out. If Malik Neighbors is good to go, I'm happy with that. They do have Mooney and a couple other gadgety receivers that could be good on this offense. I like their running backs. Cam Scadaboo's really good. Tyrone Tracy's really. You also have Singleton. There's a lot of guys there that they have to recycle. And John Harbaugh might not be the best in-game coach at all times, but he's just a good coach in general that gets his team up.
Great 3-quarter coach.
Yeah, 3 quarters and forget.
And then
the
that's
fourth.
it. Yeah.
Forget the fourth.
Okay.
How do you feel about your Bears? Sorry.
No.
Oh, I mean, cautiously optimistic. I love the coach, but they could also be the Cowboys of 2025, like we saw. If that offense isn't perfect, that defense could set him back, and that means going to put Caleb in situations where he's trying to win a game. And it worked last year, but Jesus Christ, the amount of comebacks that they had, it was insane.
It's insane.
And it was the Bears broke a lot of hearts Thanksgiving week, beat the Eagles. It's from a Pythagorean win standpoint, they overachieved by 3 more games. They should have won 8 games, not 11. But from a Pythag, and I like running those numbers at the odds breakers, and there's articles about it. But at the same time, I also like Ben Johnson as a coach, and I think he's a very good coach. He's a little cocky. Maybe confident,
You
cocky.
do.
There's a line there. I don't know. He's
You need to
ripping
li-
his shirt off, talking shit about Matt LaFleur. I mean, I love as a fan. The fans love it, man. I'm not gonna lie. But at the same time, you better prove what you just said. And so I love the Bears, and that's my team. But I will bet against them if I have to. I'm not.
I love it.
I like betting more than anything, and who
He's not
cares?
biased.
You could take the Bears or the team that the Bears are playing plus 3.5, and the Bears win by 3. You win both.
There we go. Yeah. Winning's winning. That's
Yeah.
how you look at it. You got any questions?
Yeah, man. Who do you like in the AFC this year? I feel like there's no cookie cutter fit team that's a favorite to win the AFC, and I think that makes a lot of people uncomfortable. Who do you like?
I mean, I think I like the Bills the most, but I also like the Bengals a little bit. The Bills, I mean, there's no value on them. There's no betting value on them. There's a chance that they could screw up too, and they don't have the greatest defense. And they finally got DJ Moore, and DJ Moore was a very good receiver, but he's got lazy in some plays, as you saw last year against the Rams. He should have cut that corner across, and we should have kicked the field goal and won the damn game, and lose the Seahawks next week. That's what we should have happened. But no, I mean, those two teams. Joe Burrow, I think, is the best passer in the NFL. I think he's the best passing quarterback. Maybe Mahomes is the best clutch quarterback, and Josh Allen's the best playmaker. Right. So, any combination there. I'm not high in the Chiefs, but it wouldn't shock me. Denver wouldn't shock me because they're pretty good.
Yeah.
But those are really
for
the
them
only
this
players that I see in the NFC or AFC.
Gotcha. Any other questions for the upcoming season for Mr. Oddsbreaker?
Yeah, I got a question for you. So, as far as Caleb, let's say he has this good season, do you have any? Just think about this. Since you said the Dak theory, does he have a chance of maybe offensive player of the year or something like that?
Like future?
He'd be MVP for that. He's a quarterback. I think the offensive player of the year usually goes to a running back. I would say you'd have to bet him for MVP, but is his mind right? I don't know. I know he's down in weight. He looks fast. He's got to be healthy throughout the whole season. Remember, he held the ball too long for a while, but MVP would be probably the bet there. Ben Johnson could be a candidate for Coach of the Year as well. But the Bears bring in a lot of money. I mean, Chicago's big. Chicagoland's big. and there's a lot of Bears fans in the country, and you're never going to get the greatest value on them usually, but yeah, Caleb has a shot with Ben Johnson for MVP, especially if that defense isn't good, because he's going to put up numbers.
Okay. And then wild question, super early. Are you thinking of a team that's already going to just win the Super Bowl that you think right now? If you could just,
I mean, the Rams are the biggest stack team, but the Niners are the most under the radar because the Niners have a great coach and great players. They just got to stay healthy for a freaking season, And I mean,
Tell me
last
about
time I checked, they still have Kittle. They still have the quarterback Brock Purdy. That's a good system quarterback. CMC still there. I like Evans. I like the wide receivers they got from. I know some of them got injured, but that Tampa Bay receiver was awesome. He was an end zone, red zone nightmare for all these teams, and that's how he's going to be used. And Kyle Shanahan's a genius. He's a genius coach. He calls great plays. So the Niners are the most under the radar team, I think.
Very interesting take.
Yeah, I think they just got to stay healthy.
Yeah. And CMC is still, fantasy, like even Austin.
Top 3 pick.
Austin on our show was like, that's his pick. Number 1 pick. If he gets number 1 pick, he's taking CMC.
Yeah,
which is interesting.
It's there, and there's power there, and Shanahan is a winner. So I think when he was with Atlanta, when they went to that Super Bowl, that was all Shanahan and not Dan Quinn. And
he's just got to finish it out.
Got to finish it out.
What I'm saying?
One of these freaking years, man.
Like, just fucking finish it out. Sorry, excuse my language.
Oh, no, I know you're a passionate 49er fan. I'm not just kissing up.
He's got the Niners and the Bengals in the same conversation. This is a dangerous man. Right here. Don't mess with this guy.
All right.
Be a good exacta. Niners Bengals.
Any other thing that we want to ask him? And he's getting ready to head out to Stadium Swim. He's already at Stadium Swim in his head.
He's on a bad team. It's going to take a while for Kubiak to change that team, change the mentality of the team. You guys go from losing mentality to winning mentality, expectations. I always laugh how the Raiders would celebrate at getting a sack when they're down by 30 points. I always thought it's like, yeah, keep celebrating, idiot. That losing mentality is not good. I think Mendoza is a beast. He's a big guy. He's strong. He's got an arm, and he proved at Indiana he's willing to take a hit. I don't think Kirk Cousins is going to be starting long. I think Kirk Cousins is going to get about 2 to 4 weeks, and then Mendoza is going to come in and be the rookie that they drafted.
Gotcha. Get him in.
It's preseason. We were there last night. Man, he was just running for his life. I don't know how this guy's going to complete a every pass. Like, the defender was on the ball.
Well, think about Cousins, who's more of a statue.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Super statue.
It's going to be rough for the Raiders, I feel like.
A little bit. As long they didn't put any time. Yeah, they didn't put
I agree.
anything in that
Their
line.
line they did get some guys back that was.
Where are they?
Line, but I don't know.
Come on, where are they?
Here's
They paid
I mean, if you're going to put your quarterback out there without an offensive line,
You need to put-
it's a little
yeah.
dangerous.
Here's a
Exactly.
prop bet question for you. Who starts a game first, Fernando Mendoza or Carson Beck?
I'm gonna go with Fernando Mendoza.
You think?
Yeah, because Brissett's going to be good enough with that offense, and guys like Marvin Harrison, they're beast of a tight end. They have Jeremiah Love. I mean, they still have a very good offense. Just that Cardinals defense is going to be bad, so it's not going to. He's not going to get the blame. I think Cousins is going to get the blame more.
Yeah.
In the beginning.
Gotcha. All right. Well, thank you for coming on the show. I appreciate it. Sorry to keep you from Stadium Swim.
Oh no, I'm not in a rush. I'm gonna go. I might even take a quick nap.
That sounds
Nice.
excellent.
Yeah, it does. It sounds amazing.
What are those?
Yeah, what are those?
I know.
And again, you know where to find him. He's already mentioned it, and I will tag him on our post for this show, circa day 2, Ultimate Contest weekend.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for having me.
Yep. You guys out?
Good to know. By the way, have you had I'm not getting Icy Stormy over there. Is she coming on right now?
Coming, no, 1:45.
Okay, perfect.
Right after you. All right, guys, back again here with another legendary guest for Ultimate Contest Weekend. I mean, what do you not do? You know what I'm saying?
For contest weekend, not much.
Thanks, Aaron, for joining us.
Absolutely.
This is year 2 of Radio Row for us, the podcast. And I just want to say thank you for everything and thank you for putting this together, you and the team. It's been a crazy culture and experience, and there's nothing I like bad to say about it ever. It's great.
No, we love having you guys here. You guys specifically, and just everybody in general. This has become such a fun thing every year.
Yes.
Seeing people from all over the country, and whether it's familiar faces, whether it's you, whether it's our friends over here at San Antonio, I think
Yeah.
have been here every year. Whether it's new faces like 106.7 The Fan from DC. This is their first time out here.
That's
Or
awesome.
97.3 The
Yeah.
Fan out in San Diego. I love this mix of the familiar faces and the new people who come out every single year for this. And obviously all of the contestants, all of the past winners, the Meatball Bros, running around shouting
Yeah.
Meatball, or
That's
Derbify.
awesome.
Or, the guys we get to know every single year. It's just such a fun thing to do every year. And it's a weekend that, while it's long days, long hours, and a lot of time preparing for it, it's absolutely worth it every year.
Yeah, well worth the culture, the networking, and that's what it's all about, right? Like getting to know each other, like you said, familiar faces, new faces, and then finding that similarity and relativeness to the contest. Obviously, we're all contests. Some of us are many entries in, and some of us are maybe one entry in, just because it's what it is. But this is what it is. This is what the culture you guys present. I love it.
I mean, it's great. And, just last night at that Bar Canada, there were, again, like I said, a lot of familiar faces. There were a lot of people who I saw who were like, this is my first time. Wow, this is amazing. This is my first time playing Survivor. This is my first
Love
time
it.
playing
Love
Million. I got over here. Some people didn't even know the weekend itself was happening, but we were like, I want to join it now. Oh my God, I got to be, I had someone come up this morning and be like, well, I'm here every single year now. This is going to be, my pilgrimage. So just to see it grow the way it has, especially over the last 4 years, when early on we did a lot of, instead of one big contest weekend, we would do, 2 or 3 weekends over the course of August where we just got people. But ever since it's become this one big weekend, seeing it grow bigger and bigger, and seeing more and more people get involved. And, a good problem to have, for example, is I think we might have to move from Bar Canada to a different venue
I was
next
just gonna
year.
ask that.
Those are good problems to have,
Great
and
problems.
something that I look forward to figuring out next year.
Yeah, so it's also challenging. I mean, I guess it's a challenge you put for yourself, where you're like, where can we do this next? Because it's growing, right? And I know that maybe you can say, I don't know if you envisioned it to grow this much, even in the Radio Row perspective and marketing. You know what I mean? It's insane. Everything grows with everything else, I guess.
And that's the thing, everything, that's just the story of Circa. I feel like,
Yeah.
opened in 2020, middle of COVID, spent the first year and a half, 2 years under some of those COVID restrictions, and then everything we do seems to get bigger and bigger every year, whether it's the Super Bowl, whether it's March Madness, whether it's NFL Week 1. NFL Week 1, I mean, obviously, it's NFL Week 1.
Yeah.
It's now... it's not quite Super Bowl, but it's not far off from Super Bowl either. It
Really?
is a huge weekend. Has become bigger. This whole month really. Last week we had the Draft Nation, the National Fantasy Football Draft Day, which leads into this, which leads into
You have
Labor Day.
and you have something today as well.
Yeah,
right?
we have the Legacy League, the $100,000
crazy.
buy-in.
Yeah.
So these 4 weeks, 3 or 4 weeks leading up to the contest deadline have always been big.
Yeah.
It's gotten even bigger, and I expect next year it'll be even bigger than that.
There's got to be a bigger word than bigger now with Circa, right, guys? It's insane.
I wanted to add on to that because the brand, I feel like, is getting really big. We're used to seeing like MGM and Caesars, all these big dogs in like stadiums and above scoreboards. But I watch a lot of A's baseball because it's local to us in the Bay Area. You see the Circa logos, they got it on the jersey. Kansas City Royals games, it's all over the stadium. So it's I always text these guys. I'm like, hey, look, Circa's it's getting out to people. And I feel like the brand of Circa itself is just, I mean, the sky is the limit with him. So
Yeah, you got to give credit to Derek Stevens for that one, a larger-than-life figure who tries to make the brand larger than life as well. You said, we went into Missouri legalized last December, and
Yeah.
as soon as he did, we're like, all right, who are we going to get involved with? Well, the Blues and Royals. Okay. Oh, and by the way, we're going to get the bullpen out in Kansas City. Oh, the entire bullpen. Alrighty then. Obviously, you mentioned the A's, and obviously they're coming to Vegas, and obviously we're looking forward to having a great partnership when they get here. We're expanding to another state. That was just announced a few weeks ago. We're expanding into Arizona, probably the beginning of next
Oh my God,
year.
that's awesome.
I have no idea what we're going to end up doing, but I'm sure it'll be something big. Wouldn't surprise me if you see us with the Suns or with the Diamondbacks or with who knows. I mean, Big 12 is doing cheap deals with Monster, so who knows what's going to happen with the University of Arizona,
awesome.
Arizona State, and everybody else. But that's the sky's the limit. I never know what to expect. I feel like every now and then I walk into a meeting and some big news is dropped on me or some big idea is dropped in. And just like, I remember, I'm pretty sure it was week 1, 2 years ago, Derek pulls us all into a huddle and he says, got an idea for something. Survivor's great. We love Survivor. What if we made it $100,000? I think the name at the time, don't quote me on this, but it was like the Diamond League or something like that.
And then you guys were like, let's name it.
And then,
how did that name do you know how the name came?
Grandissimo? Yeah, so Grandissimo was the original name of a hotel that Jay Carney, who did, I always say Caesar's Palace, big develop. He had that and was planning on making that like the biggest hotel, the grandest hotel, and eventually lost sight of it. And when Derek came in, he had trademarked the name Grandissimo. He's like, I want to do something big, something huge.
Wow.
Grandissimo. And then this came up, and he's like, that's the perfect name for it, Grandissimo. There is a
That's
book out there about
crazy.
Jay Carney called Grandissimo out there.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. Very good fact. I mean, that's awesome.
Just to add to that, are you guys going to be involved in doing Grandissimo?
Unfortunately, as a Circus Sports representative, I'm not in any of these contests. Obviously, I'll be in Survivor with my friends or whatever on the side. But no, I will not be in any of these.
Wow. Okay. And that's really cool of Derek to like be like, you guys can still play your Survivor, and I love how like you're not allowed to do it just because you work here, which is awesome.
Well,
that's something that's just great.
I think all of us, we can't gamble with Circus Sports,
Right.
but I have the other apps in town.
Yeah,
A lot of us are here because we're sports better. One of the taglines I always, use in creative is, this was a sports betting app made for sports bettors, made by sports bettors. We're not afraid to say, Derek,
Right.
Derek, you might have seen his TV commercials. I'm a lifelong sports bettor.
Yeah.
That's what Derek is. That's what this team is. We're making stuff because it's the kind of product we would want to have.
And it's real. It's
Yeah.
not something that, you just make up and then you make money off of it. It's literally something that you take passion and pride in. And I think it just reciprocates everything else.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
know what I'm saying?
I know you're talking to Derek a little bit later. I don't
Yeah.
know if last year you had a chance to ask him about how Stadium Swim became a thing, and it was just like, he was in Vegas forever. He was tired of. He tells the story way better than I do.
Yeah.
He's
We'll
tired
have
of-
him say it just
yeah.
because you were on before him. It's awesome.
There we
'Cause
go.
I could be like, hey.
He went on NFL Sundays with his wife to the pool, and he was tired of having a little tiny screen in the cabana that could only show one game. And he's like, I need a place where my wife can have a good time and I can watch the football games.
I love it.
So boom, here we go. That's Stadium
Yeah,
Swim.
Yeah. And you can look outside your window too at his hotel. It's amazing.
There we go.
It's like great. Any questions for Aaron?
No, I was gonna point out, because you guys were talking about Survivor. I just think it's great that all the winners you meet are just like normal people.
Mhm.
It's like life-changing money, way better odds than the lottery, by the way. You can score, and it's like you meet these dudes, and yeah, they like sell insurance, or they're like a plumber, or something like that, and all of a sudden it's life-changing money, and they don't have to worry about bills anymore. I just think that's awesome, you guys do that. So.
Oh, it's so much fun. And some of the people who we met, and like I said, they come back every year. You get to see. I remember, I want to say it was the first year I was working here, the guys who actually ended up winning million. It was just 5 dudes from Detroit.
That kind of thing.
And it was like it was 4 because no, it was 5. It was they all just got to pick one game. There was no real strategy.
Wow.
There was no it was just like, yeah, we're gonna pick. Everyone had their pick. They kept track of who was doing well and who wasn't. they end up winning million, and it just completely changes things. And then I don't think they were here this year, but the past few years they've been back. They like to come to the check ceremony sometimes. Again, just like you said, total dudes. You don't have to be a professional to win it.
Yep.
And then that applies to Survivor as well.
Yeah. No.
The commitment for the two guys that was from Jacksonville that flew out every week and then showed back up to work every Monday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
Flowers.
commitment. But that's also the culture that they've developed here. Like Aaron, Jeff,
It's blue collar. Dude.
yeah, it's just real culture. It's not something that you're like, okay, I want to just sit here and come. It makes you want to. Like, you want to be in it. Like, even if I'm at home and I'm thinking about you guys, I'm like, guys, I need to be there. Like, I want to be there. Even if I can watch it on TV, you just want to be a part of it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you came here several
Yes.
Sundays last year. So I think one of my
And went back to work.
one of my favorite bits is, obviously there's lots of sports books out there. There's lots of play bars or whatever where you're watching football games. But here's one of the ones where there's that element, the Survivor element on top of everything, where when DeMarcado had that fumble last year, the entire book went nuts.
My whole life.
But went nuts because everybody knew, oh God, everyone's on Survivor on this game. Like, there's that added element. There's this kind of family about it,
Yeah.
where obviously not necessarily everyone's played
Right.
Survivor,
Yeah.
but it's in the back of
Yeah.
everybody's heads around here, which makes every play, everything a little bit more of a communal party than as it is, other sports. Everybody has their
Yeah.
games. Everyone's
And
betting
you're just
on
like,
something,
you're
and you're
on
cheering
your
on your
own,
game.
yeah.
This is like, oh, everybody is watching this, and everyone knows why you're watching this.
Yes. And it's great because, like, you may not know that person, but you're like, damn, I feel for you. You know what I mean? Like, oh, my heart just breaks. Like, as if we were sister and brother in 5 minutes of the time that this guy fumbled the goddamn ball or whatever it is. Yeah. Which is great because you have that feeling of like, okay, now the next time I see this person, we shared this bond of 5 minutes of misery or whatever it is, or even, yeah. But anyway, thank you, Aaron, for coming on. Do you have anything for us, or?
So I do want to say, we're talking all about Survivor,
Yeah.
we're talking all about Grandissimo, and for all of your viewers out there, as much as I love those contests, and I'm not just saying this because I'm a Circa, like before I was at Circa, or even when I was at Circa, I played in the Westgate Super contest
Yeah, you did
as
talk
well.
about, yeah, uh-huh.
Million is the game. Most people, I'm sure pretty much everybody who watches you, is a gambler. And this is how I always frame it. First of all, 126 ways to win. You don't have to be perfect. You don't have to go 20-0. You can have a bad week and still do well.
Yeah.
You have the quarterly prizes. But the big thing is, and you don't have to tell me the answer to this, most of us, we're betting 5 games a week,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Probably spending a lot more than $60 a
Oh,
week, right?
yeah.
Million is legitimately, you get action on 5 games for $60 a week. That's all it is. You're betting so much more on that regularly. And because of the quarterly prizes, if you suck early on, you can get hot from weeks 5 to 9. All of a sudden, you're taking home $150,000. If you really, really suck, you
There's
can take
even a
home
prize for that.
You can take home $100,000 for the booby prize.
Yeah.
Million is awesome, and there's the overlay.
Yeah.
We have never hit that 6 million mark. We've gotten close. 2 years ago, we got close. Right now, we are just about on pace to hit this. It's going to be, again, very, very close. But again, if we don't hit that 6 million, that means we're putting money in, which means your $1,000 entry is already automatically worth more than
Worth something.
$1,000. That is, if you are a bettor, even if you are a somewhat casual bettor, as I said, the guys who won
don't
a
even
few
have to be-
years
yeah.
ago,
Yeah.
they weren't running models. They weren't running. So many people think that to do
You
million,
have to,
you
yeah.
have to be
No,
pros.
No.
You have to know something about football.
Right.
In general, you're not going to get lucky.
Yeah,
That lucky.
yeah, yeah.
Can't say it's never happened,
Right.
but in general, it's not going to happen. You have to know something. But you can put that in, and that is the contest I really love. That I genuinely think is the best contest in the world, Circa
I love
Million.
it. Yeah, thank you, and it's like, I mean, I'm a girl, so that's girl math. It's already working for me. So I don't know if these guys want girl math, but you just blew their mind by saying $60 a week. You know what I mean?
So easy. You're probably betting on that on one game or 2 games, depending on exactly what your unit size is.
Exactly. Thank you so much for coming on and making the time because you're so busy.
And thank you guys so much for coming out.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Aaron.
All right.
Are you reaching over?
All right.
Let's do it. You have enough space over there? Okay. All right, guys. Ready?
Yeah, you're
Maybe
good.
I should get my computer too. I feel like I'm so unprepared.
Oh no, I just use it for visuals. I already know my questions. You can have your computer on if you want to. All right, guys, we're back. We just had Aaron on the show, and now we have a very special guest who I've always wanted to be on the show, and we couldn't get you last year because it was so many things. But now you're here, Mrs. Stormy B.
Thank you. I'm
Yeah.
so excited to be with you guys and
Yes.
fellow 49ers fans.
Yes,
Let's get it.
yes. So, from a girl kind of thing, I wanted to get started because there's a lot of, obviously there's not too many of us in this industry here, especially at Circa. I think that, what do you think about us women and the future of all this sports betting and these contests and things like that?
Well, for one, I love how much it's growing. I know that there's been a limited number of us for years,
Yes.
but that there's more and more women that
Yes.
are entering the industry and that think that it's fun and think the way that we do and put, your sports knowledge to the betting sphere is amazing. And I hope that that continues, obviously. From a contest standpoint, like we need a female winner.
Yes.
That's the next step, right?
Yeah.
Like I am ready for somebody to blow it out of the water and really have something happen. Personally, I would like it to be me. But as I was actually just telling my co-host on Money Moves JVT earlier, the number of donations I have made to this place over the last few years.
You
come
and I
on.
both. I mean,
I'm making
come on.
another one this week. I hope not. What? Real quickly, just sorry to ask you a question. I don't want to commandeer your show.
No.
How many entries do you guys do? Because this is like my yearly battle.
Okay, so personally, I do 2. One of each, and then we have a group one that we kind of just intershare. And then since we're married, his is mine and mine is his type of thing, I guess.
I'd love to see a woman winning all the time.
Oh my god! And then, do you guys do something?
So-
in your
dad do it,
yeah,
right?
yes, I know that, but
so
with your hubby,
What we no, Chris he puts his input out there. But and what's mine is his obviously
Right.
as well. But we have my father and I do one. JVT, my co-host, and I do one.
Oh, okay.
And then this year I'm going to do one myself so that I have no one else to blame. Because that's the thing, right? It's very easy if there's a loser that week to be like, oh, you talked me into
It's
this.
the first
you know?
one that you
So I
like,
feel like
yeah.
I need one that's just all mine. And if I lose, I lose, and it's on me, and there's nothing
that's
else
it.
I can say about it.
Yeah.
But I'm still, honestly, last year, my biggest heartbreak, I never go against San Francisco for any of these. If I'm using San Francisco in the contest, it's always on. It's not an against. Do you already
Okay.
know which game it is? Yes,
And
Thursday.
I remember you were talking about
yes.
So we were talking about it, I was like, you sounded so like, I don't like the Niners. I don't want anything to do with the Niners.
No, I love them, but they were so injured, right? Like
Yeah.
they didn't have an injury
Yeah.
bug; it was an infestation.
Yeah.
and I
I
just
remember this
thought,
conversation. We even had it like a side.
dude,
Yeah.
vomit inducing. It was. I never go against San Francisco. If I'm using them in a contest, it's always to
Yeah.
go on them
Yeah.
because you don't want to have that internal battle with yourself.
Right.
And then inevitably that week, all week I was like, I'm going Colts. And then through talking it over more on the show, I talked myself into taking the Rams. And also, they should have won that game
Right.
like 500 times. How many times can you get down in the red zone or the goal line and then
not pull
screw
through?
it up
Yep.
and fumble on the one or whatever it is? And so that was just the worst way to go out last year in particular because it's my team that I go
Yeah.
against. And
It hurts
Yeah.
more.
it was not a fun experience. But this is the year, guys.
Yes,
is the year.
oh yeah. I hear you. Any questions for Stormy?
I have a question. How do you keep up? I watch VSiN every day, so I see you on Money Moves, then I'll see you on the sideline at a college football game on TV, and then Sunday morning tailgate back in the studio. Like, how do you keep up with this lifestyle?
I have no life. That's one. But thank you. I appreciate you watching and listening. Everything.
Yeah.
It is a lot of fun, and I think that's one element of it that can keep you going during the course of a long season when you're not sleeping and you're traveling and you don't have any days off. Like from legitimately next Monday until the second week of December, I will not have a day off. I'll work every single day. I'll be on the air in some capacity. And I think just remembering that it's fun, and I'm freaking talking about football every day, and how many people like would love to be able to be in my position. So I'm not going to take it for granted. I'm going to have fun. I'm going to take naps when I can, and
Which are very crucial
yes.
in the adult girl world, in
Thank
any
you.
world, actually.
Yes, I need that energy. And I'm also really lucky too. I have a really good support system, right? Like my parents and I are really close. I have a husband who really understands my schedule and is my biggest cheerleader. And when I'm down on myself or having a hard time, he knows the right thing to say to pick me up and remind me that, so it's a team effort, I think, to get through a long season, but it's great.
And fun fact, did you get married in this ballroom?
Yes. So
Oh my
the
goodness.
Galaxy Ballroom is where
How
I
can you
became
forget?
Stormy Normant. So this is the thing. I use my last name.
His last name is, I just didn't want to butcher it as much as these guys butcher it all the time. I'm
No,
sorry.
you're great. So my last name, my family name is Bonantoni. I have officially changed my name to Normant, but it rhymes. And so I just keep my maiden name for media and work and stuff like that, because can you imagine tossing it down on the sideline to Stormy Norman? It's like a little bit much, but
it's a little
So legally, yes.
General from like the 90s or something. Too. It was like Storm.
So what's funny about it actually is my husband told me his nickname in college was Stormin' Norman.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, that's my literal name.
Yeah.
So
That was a general.
They're gonna be calling the nickname of your. And you're like, why are you calling me his nickname?
Although I don't know if my maiden name is much better, considering how many people I've gotten tweets and different messages that are just like, this sideline reporter sounds like a pasta, and like all this other different stuff. So,
That's crazy.
It's a lot of letters for sure.
Okay, so let's talk our team. How are you feeling that we look in this season? We've talked about it millions of times at the house, and we have high hopes. We just had a guest, our neighbor, Oddsbreaker. He has high hopes for the Niners because we're still a sneaky team. And then I was just in the background when Austin was inside, and he said CMC. So how do you feel about our team?
I'm very optimistic.
Yes.
And I
Not in a biased way though, like just because it's like,
so-
you know.
I understand that the division is really, really hard, and it has seemingly been impossible for us to crack the code that is a Mike McDonald defense when it comes to Seattle. But, I think especially because of the way that people are talking about the defending Super Bowl champions in Seattle and the Rams and everything that they've brought in this year, and they're the Super Bowl favorites right now, that San Francisco, when you have all of the other background noise and the potential for injuries and the $160 Ohio trailer park prostitution sting, and and let's just keep going too, because you have the car accident with Kyle Shanahan. There's all of these things that are not football related that people are talking about with San Francisco, that I think they're forgetting the pieces that are coming back after having, I think it was 262 games missed from players last year in San Francisco overall,
It was
when you
around-
account
yeah.
it. And major pieces too. It's Nick Bosa, it's Fred Warner, it's George Kittle.
So many.
It's how many games did Brock Purdy miss, right? It's critical
Injuries.
pieces that were bringing you down, that a lot of those players are back and maybe need to be eased in a little bit at the beginning of the season. But you also have the 7th easiest schedule when you look at opponent win total this year, and a lot of other things that could work on your side with that talent back. I would like it if Mike Evans didn't have soft tissue injuries already to start the year.
I know.
But the fact that Pearsall goes down and Debo wants to come right back, right?
Yeah.
I
and
think
you're just like, this is
at least there's
yeah,
that.
yeah.
And the way that Dejan, I keep on calling him Dejan Stribling has shown up so far in all of the early expectations and returns from him. If Christian McCaffrey is healthy, I know there's a lot of ifs,
Yes.
but how many future Hall of Famers are on this roster? Why are we looking down on San Francisco as if they can't contend?
Yeah, I agree. And we saw them. What? The
Dude,
substation.
yeah.
It's the substation. Have you seen the guy who has been pretending to be a 49ers
Yes,
player?
I just saw
swindling
that.
women out of money?
Which I could not believe, because you're like, dude,
Well,
it was
It was like
it was
1.3,
yeah,
I think, was the number I saw.
And then in total, he even took
Jed
other
York.
things.
Okay, but can you tell me this? If you are a woman and you're married, you're dating a guy who you think is an NFL player, why are you giving him money?
Thank
To
you.
be exact, I guess.
That's
right?
insane.
And no, but you know what it
Dude,
was?
thousands of old people a day in this country wire money to what they think is Kid Rock in Pakistan. So,
I know, which
it
is
happens.
sad. Which is sad. No, but this guy, I read it a little bit, and maybe I don't know if you read into it, but he had a partner that was
Okay.
pretending to be his agent. and then they would be like, we're into real estate or, something else that he's getting into as a player. Do you want to put money into it? And then we can go out on dates on the side. That's
Crazy.
absolutely
Crazy.
like
The
diabolical.
fake videos of him like running routes on
Oh
the
my God.
beach.
Did you see him
It's
with
so ridiculous. It's so
He
ridiculous.
really commits to the bit. I
and he
admire it.
and he bought a helmet
look this guy
from
up.
eBay. He bought a helmet from eBay, like one of those original ones that, whatever. And he I think he had it on the beach one.
I saw a clip of a video of him. I can't remember what kind of car he was driving, but he started saying something about the 49ers, and then he was like, "Oh, my Aston Martin, it's acting up or
Oh
something
my
like
God.
that."
I think I saw
He's
that.
probably in a Toyota or something,
and he's renting it with the money
but
that they
it's-
gave. Yeah.
It's just the most absurd thing.
And
All
why
of
does
that
it have to be
say-
the Niners though?
But all of that to say, there's 1,000 just off-field conversations about San Francisco, and I think not enough about what they could potentially be on the field if they stayed healthy. And that's where I come at it from.
Got it. Thank you. That's a great perspective with all the other things around it too. So, any other
I
thing
was
for
gonna say
Stormy?
something that's kind of funny. So back to your work, and how I know we always like have this thing where we see you here, there. I don't know if you told.
I've
us
seen
before,
her on the
you
plane.
were
Yeah,
on the plane that
I
day.
did tell you this. Our first
It was
convo.
I don't remember.
It was a Berkeley game, I think she was on. I think you were in the Bay Area. We took the first flight. This is how committed we were. We took the first flight. It was like a 5 a.m. flight from Oakland to get here, and you were doing the show. I'm like, holy smokes.
Yeah, you were on.
I don't remember this. See, that just,
We sat
I
across
was gonna
the
say
room.
that goes to show I'm like in a daze
you were
those
like-
mornings.
You were so busy. You were on your laptop, and I was like, I'm not gonna bother her.
Well, because you can't read odds in the air. So the
yeah.
mental battle that I go through on overnight line changes ahead of the Sunday morning
That's
slate,
what you were
when I'm in
doing,
the air
yeah.
and I can't connect to like a DraftKings or a Wager Talk betting screen or whatever. I can't. You can't
'cause you can't
access.
get locations.
You can't
Yeah.
access
Yeah,
any of
I
those in the
gotcha.
air, and
Yeah.
so just
You're
trying
like,
to prep
"Please."
without really knowing where things are is interesting. A lot of caffeine those days. I'm so sorry.
You know, it's just funny
No,
because
no.
we're just thinking like, oh, you were in the Bay Area, and then boom, you're here in the show.
Yeah.
And you're prepping for the ball.
Yeah, and then that's when we met up with you and JVT. We took the picture.
Oh yeah,
for-
it was up
yeah,
in Derek's spot. That
Uh-huh.
was that day.
Yes.
See, oh man, I'm all over the place. Yes.
No, and that was a long day for you guys because you did the show, then you went on air with James and the crew, and it was just
Yeah, for the Survivor doc stuff.
Yeah.
And then I think I had.
I love seeing
I think
you
I
on
had
there
a
too.
beer and then a nap, and that was my afternoon that day.
Did you go
I-
back home?
I did.
Okay.
Yes. So one thing I'm excited about this year is ideally I'll have less of those 4:30, 5:30 a.m. flights that I should get
Mm-hmm. That's
home
good.
with the crew I'm on this year on Saturday nights every now and again, which I am
Oh, that's
so
awesome.
excited for.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, to sleep in your own bed makes such a big difference versus the
Hotel beds?
scariness. Well, the hotel, but also having to make sure your alarm wakes up so that you're
Mm-hmm.
at the airport on time, so that you're here on time,
Yeah.
but also if you have flight delays and stuff like
Ugh,
that.
so-
I've been having to text my boss over at VSiN sometimes, like, we're going to be cutting it close with plane landing and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's
which-
crazy. having-
Fortunately, my coworker is like, he's such a strong host, although hopefully he's not listening too much. We don't need the head to get any bigger. But if I am not there or
He's
available
already
right away,
laughing.
he can hold it down by himself for a while, which is, I'm very, very grateful for. But
That's awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's a man. Again, I feel like I need to whisper this if he doesn't hear. He's great. He can just talk about anything at any time. You know, you can throw anything at him and he'll have some witty comeback. It's great.
I think that's why you guys work so well together because you could do that too.
I
It's like female
don't
first
know. I don't think that I have that wit in me. He told me I need to be meaner. I'm working on it. I just don't know. You know, like I smile a lot. Some people have
Yeah.
resting bitch face. I have
Yeah, we
resting
don't
happy
have that.
face. You know,
Yeah.
I don't know what to do. With it.
Resting happy face. But anyway, thank you for coming on.
Yeah, thank you for
I mean,
having
I
me.
appreciate it. Any other advice for a new woman or new one of us coming into this culture, this circa event, this whole thing that we're here for today, Survivor and Millions? Like, what would you do first if you had a chance to go back, or what's your advice for somebody coming into it?
I would say I know if it's, for example, if it's your first time going into a sports book, it can be overwhelming, and you look up at this screen and there's all these numbers and what is a rotation and like you mentioned earlier,
Spreads,
right?
yeah.
It's a male dominated space too, and so you might maybe on the outside looking in feel unwelcome, but I think this is actually a very welcoming community.
Yes.
And I, as somebody, I am terrible at math. If I can do it, anyone can do it. Okay, like, so don't be scared. Don't be intimidated by it. It is a very
Well, we have
welcoming
girl
space.
math too, so I kind of
That's
cheat
true.
on that. You know?
And it's like it's really fun. One of the
It
things
is.
I always tell some of my girlfriends that aren't into betting is if we're watching a game on Thursday night or something at the house, like let's just throw $10 on this receiver
Whatever it
prop
is.
over. Then you have something fun. Like you might have not cared about this game at all, and now all of a sudden
You care.
oh my gosh,
You're invested.
Devontae Adams needs to get one more catch. What is happening? You know?
Or Eckler, when he was here, we were like, dude, what is
Exactly.
going on, Eckler? Do it.
And you'll find the ultimate satisfaction of winning a prop by a half a yard, or the devastating defeat of what you woulda, shoulda, coulda had.
And that's what
then
it's
you can
all
hook,
about.
And then you have fun, and then you have community, and it's a great time.
And
So
the
I-
girls are now like betting, and then
Yes.
all the guys are wondering what the hell they're talking about. But it's like, you know what I mean? It's awesome.
I just say don't be intimidated. Have a time.
Yes.
You know, you just have to jump in and do the first bet.
I was in the championship in fantasy for the second year in a row.
His wife.
And I told my wife if I won, I'd give her $1,000 to go shopping with. Never watched a game of football in her life, sitting there screaming at the TV.
Let's
The
go.
funniest thing, like, you got
I'm
interest
here
in it
for
now. You got interest in it now. So it's
Well, how much fun do we all have watching the Super Bowl, right?
Right. Yeah.
And who usually wins the prop pool at the house? It's not
Right.
it's not me who's been studying everything all week long. It's my
People that
freaking
don't pay
grandma
attention.
who's
Yep.
just picking random
Yep.
stuff, you know?
Yeah.
So like you
Random-
don't have to know everything either.
No.
Just come into your tribe.
My wife won a March Madness pool with like 500 people in
It's
it,
a-
just throwing darts, dude. Yeah, just
Awesome.
throwing darts. Yeah.
Turns out she's good at bingo.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. She talked about a support system, like good support systems support each other, and then they try it out, and then they love it. You know, so
Just
yeah.
let it be fun. It
Yeah.
doesn't you don't need to overthink it. Just let it be fun.
There it goes, dude.
All right, thank you for supporting us. I appreciate it. And from one woman to another, hopefully one of us win or another woman
Let's
wins in
go.
this contest.
Keep crushing
We need
it.
that blue. That blue.
We do. I'm ready. I want to give my measurements. I'm ready. Let's do it.
The pin. Ooh, we should ask for a pin. If
Yeah.
women win, they get a pin.
Oh, that's a good idea.
No-
Because honestly, the jacket, we can get it tailored. It's fine.
Yeah,
I still want the
it's what it
jacket.
is. I do want the jacket, but I want the pin on the jacket.
Yeah, I think
with the,
something tells me Derek would do that for you.
And you
It
too.
really,
yeah,
I do.
yeah. Well, thank you for coming on. We
Thank you.
appreciate
You guys are
Thank
awesome.
thank you.
Appreciate
Yeah.
you.
I gotta get a picture.
Yeah.
yesterday.
Um,
The
so
opening
much fun.
cocktail party at Bar Canada. Was
Yes.
everybody there?
Yes.
I was there.
It was
Yeah.
really hot.
It was
Well, I'll
hot. It was hot because there were so many people. You know, I was asked, what do you think of this weekend
Yeah.
and how it's evolved? I mean, 5 years ago, maybe a couple people were here, but this is now turning one of the best weekends of the year where there's like this pilgrimage to the desert where it's turned into a thing.
Yeah.
And it's amazing to see how many people are coming out to sign up for football contests. It's a pretty cool thing.
Yeah, and you love seeing that, right?
I
The
love it.
growth,
I love
everything that's happened to it, how it's just what it's become. And I love what you do. You know, I love it. I've always told you that. The old school feeling with a little bit of the new and the vibes that you put out here in the culture. So I had Aaron on the show, and so did Mike Palm, and they all joined. And you know, you're saving the best for last, obviously. Sorry, guys, but tell me a little bit about the story with how Stadium Swim got started, or how you made. Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah. Some people think there's a whole lot of you know, business consulting groups and all that. Not really. It's just simply my wife loves music. I love music. I love going to day clubs. If it wasn't for football, I'd be at a day club every Sunday. I still love going to day clubs. I'd be the oldest guy in the joint, but I love it. But my problem was, it didn't matter how nice of a cabana or suite or whatever you got at any day club in Vegas. They always gave you one crappy TV, and it didn't have a lot of channels on it.
So true.
And on a given Sunday, if it's like great weather in Vegas in September, October, I want to see all the games. I just don't want to see the one little local network game. That's terrible.
That
it's
is
ridiculous.
terrible. Now you're flipping
then,
channels. Now you're doing all
if
sorts
I'm going in March or April or May when the weather's great, I want to see. They might have a couple NBA playoff games on. They might have NHL Stanley Cup. Yeah. You get one little TV. It's terrible. Like, so I always thought, how about if we do something, we build it, a whole bunch of pools, a massive screen, so you can have every game on, add sports betting to it, and then outdoors. So in case you want to have a smoke, a cigar, whatever, you're able to do that. You can watch every game. And that's kind of how it all just evolved.
Wow, I love it, and that's why it's my home.
There we go.
That's why it
and
works,
it's her
though.
home.
No,
yeah,
that's why it works,
does
though,
work.
because you guys make decisions based on, hey, what's the average dude gonna like? You don't hire corporate Karens from New York that live in their LinkedIn bubble to come in and make all these decisions. You're like, hey, I'm a dude, and this is what I want to do.
But also
it's
his
really
wife
funny.
likes the music.
It's
You
funny
gotta
to
go-
say that
Yeah.
because a lot of the bankers are like, well, who's going to do your studies? Like, how? Wait, who are the peers that are going to judge this?
Right.
Yeah.
I'm not selling to these business consulting groups that are going to give us like a group think yes or no. This is a good idea.
Yeah.
That's like the people that would be judging with is a good idea are not the customer.
Right.
So why
I
the hell
love
do I
it.
even want them?
Yeah.
Now, fortunately, I was lucky enough that I don't work for a publicly traded company, and I can make my brother and I can just make the decision.
Yeah.
And if we screw it up, it's our
It's
you
your
know,
screw up
it's
decision
our,
to make up for. And so far, there's no screw up decisions in my book. That's for sure. My question to you is, if you had, we're here for Survivor and Circa Millions. This is my 3rd year in the contest, 2nd year at Radio Row. Again, thank you. If you personally had just one Survivor ticket, like just you, yourself, you're entering this contest. With your own money, obviously, your own money. Why am I telling that to him, right? What's the one rule you wouldn't break?
one rule I wouldn't break.
Yeah, like you know how we all have pet peeves.
I would tell you. I think there's a lot of positive EV in Circus Survivor because for some reason or another, I've said this in our docu-series. I've said it many times. If you have a chance to see the docu-series, you know, on week 1 last year, and it will be this year, all 32 teams will get selected. That is not a good strategy. You know, you cannot win Circus Survivor on week 1, just like you can't win the Masters on Thursday. You just can't do it. So if you take a 15-point underdog or you take a 10-point underdog and you win, guess what? Big deal. It doesn't mean anything. All it means is you're going on to week 2.
Yeah.
There's no reason to take excessive risk. Why put yourself in an overly vulnerable situation for no reason? So I guess
I would say if there was one rule, don't do anything crazy early. There's no
No reason to do it. You're
no,
right.
you, there's no street cred.
Yeah.
You pick a dog. You pick a dog. You pick a dog that's 8-10 point favorite. Big deal.
Yeah.
You forget about it by week 2. Now, if there's some game theory or some strategy to get to Thanksgiving, and you think everybody's going to be on
A certain
maybe,
yeah.
and then maybe you go the other way. That I can understand because that could be a mover. But if you have something early, there's just no reason to be too crazy early. Would be my one.
I
rule.
love that.
And if you want to
That's
start
great.
talking about like specific football related elements, yeah, I don't like division games.
Okay, that's a good one. All right, question. You have anything?
Yeah, it's a question for you. How was Detroit Red Initiative for you? Just being a big Detroit fan. What do you think about it?
I'm a big Detroit fan. If you asked me 2 years ago, I was a big Detroit fan. And even as a big Detroit fan, I told everybody 12 months ago, I didn't like the Lions. I didn't like the Lions in 2025. Too many good things happened to them in 2024. I thought they'd see some regression in the mean. They were lucky in 2024, a little lower amount of injuries. 2025, you got the regression of the mean, a few more injuries. Plus, you had the whopper, the whopper of a. I'm a big strength of schedule guy, and they went from an easy schedule, one of the easiest in the league in 2024, to an absolutely brutal schedule in 2025. Now they were a really good team that has one of the easiest schedules in football this year. So when I look at the number we got posted on win total,
Yeah.
Lions are 10.5 overshaded to 120.
Yep.
I absolutely love over 10.5 for the Lions this year.
Love it. Love it. Big pick?
Do you remember your first sports bet and what got you hooked into the sports betting world?
I remember my first bet. I've given this answer a few times. My first sports bet, I can't say I recollect, but I know my first bet, it's kind of sports, was on put a couple quarters into a Sigma Derby. That little mechanical horse
Yeah.
racing game.
Yeah,
So that was
wow.
my first bet that I
Oh my
made.
goodness.
I made. I don't want to say the year because I wasn't 21 at the time, but yeah, that was my first bet I made.
Nice. All right, Caleb.
Well, I was 5 years old on my first sports bet with my grandpa. So
Nice.
I got
There you
everybody
go.
beat.
That one you remember.
So everybody I know that comes out to Vegas, they come back and they rave about Circa every time. Even if they're not big Fremont Street people, they make a stop out here. What's the secret ingredient that makes Circa click?
Well, first off, that's music to my ears. So thank you for saying that.
Yeah.
That's actually what our goal is. And I kind of preach that to everybody. We got to make people. We got to focus in on when people come here and they're here for, let's say, 48 hours. Don't think about them being at Circa for 48 hours. I want you to start thinking about how 3 weeks ago they had to plan it. If they're married, they had to figure out if they're coming with their spouse or not. If they have children, where are the children going? Are they going to aunt, uncle? Are they going to grandma, grandpa? How are they going to get there? There's all this effort to spend 48 hours here. So in the 48 hours that we have a guest here, let's make sure it's our responsibility to give them the time of their life. And that means every little thing. If they're walking around here and they can't find a restroom or don't know where, walk them to the elevator. Always have a smile. So that's kind of our thing. We when we hire people, I'm not a guy that ever asks what somebody's grade point average is. I'm more interested in how great of a smile do they have? Are they willing to be friendly? Are they willing to jump in the mix of a conversation? And some of the things you can't really teach. We're looking for overly friendly people, and obviously people are sharp with it. They want to be. Obviously, we're sports oriented. I always ask,
Yeah.
hey, what team do you like? This and that. But yeah, it's more. We're more of a people focused company.
Yeah.
I love it.
And that's what this is what the Circa is all about. Character.
Yeah.
What you guys have, what you bring to the table is character. And I think that's what you look for in the people that work here.
Yeah.
And thank you for coming on the show. Thanks for having us here at Radio Row. And looking forward to more towards the end of day 2, Circa Ultimate Contest Weekend.
Good. Thanks a lot. Good luck to everybody in this year's contest here, and we go from there.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right. Bye bye.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Derek.
Hey, thank you.
That's the intro, huh?
Good stuff.
All right. Welcome to the Sports Betting Queen, Crooks and Books. And I'm going to let you guys introduce yourselves and what your show is about. And we just met here at Circa for the Ultimate Football Contest weekend. And yeah, I haven't seen you guys. I do see you guys on X, Twitter, whatever. I still call it Twitter. Sorry, guys. But you know, I love this environment and I love Radio Row for this specific reason. And the reason why I have you guys as my last guest is because of what your show is called. So I'm gonna let the audience tell you guys that.
So our show is called Last Men Standing to go live on Wednesday night, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. We look at every single game on the NFL slate from a Circa Survivor perspective.
I love it. Yep.
Break them down. Is this a viable game? What's the future value of these teams? What are the ramifications if we pick this team now? And how that might impact your map later. Right now in the summer, we're making a lot of content. We're bringing like past champions on the show and talking about strategy and trends for week one and doing that sort of deep dive. So we are obsessed with this contest. It's all we think about on a regular basis. So
Wow.
might as well make a show out of it. And
Yeah.
it's going really well and it's resonating with people and it's a lot of fun for sure.
Yeah. So when you do your show, it's so like you just said, like your concept and strategy and things like that, which is very interesting because that's something that I'm interested in as one of, these contestants. You guys are also in it for entries as well, right?
Yep.
Wow.
Absolutely.
How
yeah.
many so far, or did you?
We've each got 10 entries in this thing, and we're very excited about it. For this
Yeah. So wow, that's intense.
I had 4 entries last year.
Okay.
And it wasn't enough, but maybe it's because I didn't play well enough. I didn't make it to November. I've been trying to get on Tony's team for 2 years. We met a year ago here at Radio Row in person. We had done some content together online, but the community and the buzz around this weekend, we were really excited. It felt like I'm an old man, I have kids, I work. This felt like a real recreational opportunity for us to all have like fun working at the same time, and it's not always like that.
Yeah.
So it's been incredible this weekend. I mean, tonight's only gonna get better.
It's doing what we love and then like what we look forward to, these games. And literally I was just talking to Derek and some of our other guests, or Stormy actually, and we were just talking about like, how like you can be family for like the next 5 minutes. Like me and you are on the same team. I don't even know you, but we're on that same team, whatever, Niners, Detroit, that same game, and me and you are family for 5 minutes or the 2 minutes that we need that touchdown or whatever it is. And I think that's awesome. And that's the type of environment that he brings around here, or Derek, has us bring to other people.
So the word that comes to mind when I hear you saying that is community. Like,
Yeah.
It's so good. I heard it described earlier today as like a family reunion. I went to
Yeah.
this event this year, and it's so cool to be surrounded by people that get as excited as you do about the same thing, And because I was just also talking to someone, like, when you lose in Survivor, you get that little depression afterwards, which is totally normal. And it's like, you can't explain that to people that are outside the contest. It's like, oh, how was your weekend?
You're like,
I lost in week 14 of Circa Survivor. Where do I begin? You don't even know what Circa Survivor is,
yeah,
right? So
yeah.
when
They're
you're
not
around-
feeling it. They don't understand.
Exactly. They
Yeah.
can try.
Yeah.
They care about you. They love you. They're your friends, whatever. But when you're here and it's like, hey man, what do you think about week one? Like, I can't stop thinking about week one.
What are
do
you
think
thinking about this week?
It's so great to just be surrounded by
Yeah,
energy. I love it.
yeah. So what are some of the things that what are your strategies so far, like that you're thinking of going into this season? Do you have anything yet? Have you thought about it? I know it's hard to think about it during this whole thing going on in this event, but is there something
I'll
that
start with
you're...
the short answer, and I'll let Jason take over. But
Okay.
I think in Circus Survivor, the holidays are paramount. It's what makes this contest unique. And we saw last year the carnage on Thanksgiving. All 4 favorites
Yeah.
went down. 2 of them were mine, by the way. My stepfather had another one. He came out here, flew out to Vegas. He went down on the Ravens. I went down on the Eagles and the Chiefs. So the holidays have a way of shaping this contest and really breaking hearts. So I think that you kind of have to start there with who's playing on the holidays, take a look at those games, and sort of, in my opinion, build your grid.
Oh, so holiday, yeah. Gotcha.
After those holidays.
That's great.
And there are different ways to strategize to win this contest. It's not all have to be
One-
cut
yeah.
from the same cloth. There are
Right.
some people that might have a rule to never play a road team, right? I'm sure we have tendencies, and we all have tendencies, trying to ignore ignore your own personal bias, I think, is
Yes.
real. But I also think a lot of it depends on how many entries you have, right? Well, my perspective, having 4 entries last year to now 10, or on a team,
Mhm.
and it's multiple,
Yeah.
there's a little bit more breathing room. But I also think being willing to let your opinion change, right? So my opinions have changed on multiple games all week long. Right, thought about something about the Raiders and Kirk Cousins this morning. I don't know if I feel the same way now.
Yeah.
So he maybe convinced me a little bit there. But so I don't know. I think being open-minded to not being married and stubborn to your original opinion, and letting the right type of noise in
Yeah.
when you're tuning in people that might be sharper than you.
Got it. Yeah, open perspective. I love it. Yeah. Any questions for
Yeah, how
Jason?
did you guys find out about Survivor, and have you guys played contests prior to Survivor?
Yeah, so for me, my first year was in 2021, and I was listening to people talk about the contest in 2020 on VSiN. I was wishing I was in it. I was
That's how we found out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Specifically, Gil Alexander on his show.
Yeah.
I
I'm
love
the
him.
numbers- I'm a
His
fan.
voice
He's
is
good.
absolutely
So good.
He's
Yeah,
precise.
Great too.
Yeah.
For sure. So I was just listening to that contest, and I'm like, oh, I'm doing this next year. I signed up the following season. I had 4 entries my first year. Made it to Thanksgiving, and I'll tell you guys the story real quick.
Yeah, we have
So
time.
I made it to Thanksgiving. Now this was before Survivor Atlas, or before I knew about Survivor Atlas, so I didn't know how good my entry was ranked against others. I knew it was pretty good though, and I felt good about it. And I'm at the airport, and I'm trying to think. There was probably like 130 people in the contest at this point, and I knew that I had every Thanksgiving favorite available to me. And I hear Derek on VSiN call my entry out, and I got goosebumps. I'm just listening to VSiN live, like talk about the contest.
You're right
Derek's
there.
like, I don't know who this Andy Dufresne guy is. My entry name was named after the Shawshank Redemption character. He's like, I don't know who this guy is, but he's got all the best entries left. I'd power rank this entry number 1 right now. And it just sort of hit me like, I'm in the driver's for life-changing money. I think I became addicted to this contest ever since that moment, and it came crashing down in a matter of days because I lost with Dallas in overtime against the Raiders. But ever since then, I've just been obsessed with this contest for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, that's when they were a 7-point dog on Thanksgiving, huh?
Yes, and I had to decide between Buffalo against the Saints on the road against the Saints, or Dallas. There was some injury news with Dallas' wide receivers, and basically I made the wrong decision. I made a terrible game theory decision. I learned a lot from it, and it's a decision I won't repeat, but it was absolutely brutal for sure.
Yeah. I know. That's crazy.
Were you playing Survivor like in any of the other little books?
Other than
that?
this one? Or
No,
before?
like just family pools,
Okay.
friends, office pools, stuff like that, but none of the larger casino ones. Circle was my first like structured, organized big contest.
Wow, that's awesome.
I used to play a Survivor like on the offshore accounts. That's how I first found out. And then what a waste! I always think of this. That
he actually
year,
won. Yeah, he
I
won.
won that year of I think 2021, and then I found out about it just like you, and I was thinking to myself like, oh my god. I am an idiot. I just won. Like it was actually good. I didn't even understand it either. It was like $25, and I think the payout was.
It's like some stupid small,
It was
the,
like
the
20
little
grand,
things
I
that
think,
you're
or
just like,
something
I'm
like
just
that.
gonna do it, and then he's like,
Yeah,
what
we
the
split
fuck?
it. And then I thought when I heard it, I was like, I just wasted a whole year of entries. And I remember that year because you say that because I think it was the year that, remember, the Patriots were on the road versus someone that kept kicking field goals.
Yes, I remember that game.
Yeah,
It
it was somebody. I had them. They played against a very. Was it Carolina? It was some. I forget. And I just.
Patriots won, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
but it was
squeaked
all
by.
On the road at Houston, they kept kicking field goals.
Yeah.
And this one was Houston was really, really bad. And they barely squeaked it out with the last second field goal.
And I remember that real based off what you just said.
That's that look.
I was like, I'm not taking any road favorites, no matter what, that year. And that one I did, it was like.
So your brain's like a steel trap. I can tell you. I could be like, hey, 2021, October 7th. Right?
He has this like photographic.
Most of the time, yeah. If I see it, I can usually pinpoint it back from memory. If I haven't seen it, heard it, a little different story.
That's got to help your handicapping though. Like my memory works in different ways, but
Yeah.
not in that way. I wish it did.
Yeah, it's a little different, but
No, it's good. I mean, it's fascinating. But so, are you all entrants in this contest?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm sure everyone. So,
so
what do
we're
we got?
partners in Millions, and then I have a Survivor, and he has 3, and then you have 3.
I have one of each.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, no, 2 and 1. Sorry.
And it's funny too because we've been like promoting it to people and showing it. And they're like, "What is that?" Right? Then like Caleb was here. He said it. He's like, "I try to get my dad and my brother to go in on it, right?" And he's like, "Oh, my dad was good. My brother said he didn't want to go in." So it's like we try to push it, and we're like, "Hey, it's that time of year again. You know that thing you were talking about you wanted to be in? It's here." Oh, that. It's like, oh, here we go. So that tells me you're not playing.
Yeah. And then they're jealous when you're still alive
Yeah.
at 11 and you're telling them that your entries are worth
Because
X amount of
yeah,
dollars, yes.
because they could have had
Of
money
course.
into it,
Yes,
you know.
absolutely, for
Yeah.
sure.
No, but as a show, we all we go through all the spreads of each week coming up, or at least we record every Wednesday, and then Thursday comes along, and we have all those picks that we lean on. And we don't sell picks or anything like that. You listen to the show, you get our opinion, whether you like it or not. Go against me, go against them. We go against each other. Sometimes it gets down on the show where we have drama between the two of us. It's like, well, fuck you, and no, fuck you too. And then we'll see what happens, And then the next day it's like we're burying each other too. But it's basically win-loss ratio. And for the most part, and I know you'll take my side on this if you're a good person. I'm just kidding. But we kind of just, have bragging rights on win-loss ratio. But he does a lot of the Survivor stuff at the end and says, my Survivor pick, what would it be this week, and who he's picking and things like that. But we don't ever I'm not really I thought that me being in the industry, I had to prove it. And I know that takes a little bit of time for, a lot of the guys in this industry, they're like, oh, she's a woman and it is what it is. But for these guys to back me, and then for me to be able to say my opinion and how the drama works for me and how I am as a sports bettor, I think it really helped out a lot to show that I can prove it and then have that percentage over 60, which I have like Jason Jarvis, and he's telling me like, dude, you could really get this done. I got Tony Gordon, who is a Millions legend, right? And he's like, someone's got to wear the thing and got to be a woman. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm like, and if I get that jacket, I'm going to pin too. So, but yeah, that's how our show works. And we'd love to have you come on during the season.
We'd love to have you on our show.
Oh,
during the season as well.
absolutely.
So I'm trying to prove to everyone that I can get lucky too. I'm trying to be more lucky than good, because when I did Millions, and I've been telling the story for years, and Survivor last year was my first year in Survivor, and Millions, when I went 17-3 one quarter and didn't even place, right? I'm not, like I've been saying all week, I'm not good enough to play Millions, right? I've had some interesting conversations with Derbify, right? And so, but it's really fascinating. I've learned more about the Millions contest this week, not being in it, just by being here and talking to everybody. And it's a whole different conversation handicapping the league in that fashion versus Survivor. They're not even the same conversation.
Millions is, I mean, it's so much more strategic. It's all strategy with us. And obviously Survivor, but it's like different things. But Millions is like how you are as a sports bettor. I really feel it dives deep into how we are and how we get into it. Like, I'm a very gut worthy, I guess for me it's gut feelings, and also the storyline that leads into why this player is playing this way and why they're going to be covering a spread that I may or may not take early, right? And a lot of the times when I speak to someone like Jason, who's ran, like he's placed, and then I have Kiev who's placed, and then Kiev's like, you are ruining people's lives, like, for a cool 5 weeks, and then after that, like you said, we're back down on the totem pole, or I was at least top 100. It just keeps you in the challenge mode. And I think Mike Palm, when he came on my show, he mentioned something that it's 5 games. If it was 3, we'd all be winners. The 5, the next 2 games that you have to pick really gets in your head.
Sometimes you see that schedule and you're like, I only like 2 or 3.
Right.
And you're stretching for that 4th and 5th.
Right.
Sometimes
Yeah.
that happens. Absolutely.
It's almost like you almost have to just do a reverse parlay every single time against yourself. Just to
I hear you. And I tell you, when I played Millions, it's like there were certain weeks I go 1-4 and felt as though the board was crystal clear and it was not lucky. And every 5-0 I ever had, I was like, fucking something. Of course I'm going to hit that game. You know what I mean? It's luck.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I'm not
It's
trying to. Of course,
crazy.
but
Yeah.
there's so much luck involved
Yeah.
in this stuff. But you got to put yourself in a position to get lucky.
Mhm. Yeah. Anything else?
I was gonna say, Palm was saying something interesting too that I think everyone kind of forgets about this contest is like
Monetizing.
we call it hedging, he called it monetizing, right?
Yeah.
But everyone kind of forgets that part when you're in that 1-4, that 4-1. What if you're betting on the other side? What if you're got a future? What if you're like, okay, so if I go bet this for 4 weeks from now, maybe I can actually get back some of my money. Everyone kind of, is willing to risk it, but to get it back is also another in-game challenge. I feel that is
That's a
Very
good
well
yeah.
put.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's
I
like
think the real skill is, like you put a bet out and you're cooked, but being able to maneuver around it and get it back.
Yeah?
Yeah.
yeah,
And then put it right back into
yeah, and that way you have
Right
some
back in the
ammo.
book.
And it's a skill, no doubt, but also the ability to plan ahead. Like, go back to that Thanksgiving massacre from last year.
Yeah.
900 people left. Okay, you start thinking about hedging. All of a sudden that happens. Oh no, we are hedging. Like, it happened that quickly.
Yeah.
So do you have the funds available? Do
You have the backup plans. Yeah.
Have the rich family member available? You know what I'm saying?
Get a
To be able
phone
to
call.
Hey, we got guaranteed money coming.
Yes, to be able to anticipate that you are going to be
I want to say one more thing before we
Yeah.
go that I haven't had a chance to say all week. When we talk about these holidays, it frustrates me. I'm interested to hear what you have to say about this. It frustrates me when we talk about the holidays and we talk about how difficult they are.
Yeah.
That I promise one of those games, if you happen to be lucky enough to have that team available, is going to be very appealing in a way that it isn't now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's such a long ways away. And
Yeah.
all the dogs won last year. But even if that didn't happen, I'm not looking at the slate right now, but there are certain teams, you talk about even Green Bay, like what their quarterback injuries, one of these games could be immediately very appealing. So I just think it's not just it could happen. It's a pretty decent chance of something like that happening. So,
very well said.
Yeah.
For
Yeah.
sure. And I started the show talking about planning for the holidays and building around that. But to your point, you got a good plan, you like it, and all of a sudden there's a quarterback injury. Or,
right.
It's shot down.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden it changes everything. And that's the beauty of this contest. Because you need to be flexible, you need to be able to be resilient and respond to stuff.
Yeah. And kind of just think on your feet.
Yeah.
Like
Or hit the
Daniel
ground
Jones
running.
getting hurt last year, Patrick Mahomes getting hurt last year.
Yeah.
If you use those teams early, it certainly could have.
Such a good point. For me, during the season, every effing piece of NFL news, whether it's a quarterback injury or a running back injury, whatever it is, left tackle injury, I'm thinking about how does this affect my map? Like, I had this team scheduled for the Chargers starting center just went down. You know, like, how does this affect my map and what I want to do and how I want to attack it? So you become obsessed with this context. You start to think of everything through a certain survivor lens.
Yeah, I think when we had Derek on, he talked about, what was it, like 23 teams.
Oh no, he says
Yeah.
all the teams get used
Yes,
week one. He's like,
that's what it
We're
is.
like, what strategy?
Yes.
Yeah, it was like, what strategy?
32.
He's like, what strategy would you have if you
That's
had to
what
tell
I
someone?
asked him,
He's like,
yeah.
well, I almost when he said it, I was like, he's like, it almost doesn't make any sense to do that. Like, there's really no logic.
He's like,
if
don't
you
go,
think about that.
don't go too rough just because you want street cred. Like, don't tackle it. Yeah, like don't tackle it where you're like, all
And
right,
then
I'm just.
the
He's
dogs
like,
that
no
are
big deal.
picked are like
It's it's
funny
like
dog.
week
Like,
one,
you
no
would
big
never
deal.
do that.
Like, so what? Like, what do you want to do? Like,
Who's gonna pick the Dolphins week one against the Bills?
Someone will.
See?
someone's going to.
Someone will.
Someone's going to. Someone always does. But the no picks drive me crazy.
Oh my god.
Oh,
I know
I
it drives
actually
you
look
great
forward to
because you're
seeing
like,
it.
if I had your pick.
As a player, it drives me crazy
Right?
how you let this happen. But as a player, I like the no picks. I get excited, root for no picks.
Right.
yeah,
right.
I like carrying, like.
But I wish I was
seeing it.
just like, I could just, pick right on for you.
Yeah. I mean, it would be fun to add up
How
the
many?
implied value of every entry when they had the no
No
picks.
pick.
Remember, there was the guy on Thanksgiving. What was his entry worth at the time? Now add the value.
Oh
of
my
every no pick.
God,
I
yeah.
bet we're like approaching like $500,000 like benefit in the match.
You're just like, that's a donation pile that you're
What
just
if
like,
Garrett auctioned off the no picks?
yeah. We should tell him. Hey, he's open to the idea.
I know he's open for business always. So
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the great part. Yeah. But anyway, thank you guys for coming on. Appreciate it. Make sure you follow them. Please give your Twitter X handle, Instagram.
Last Men Pod.
Okay.
We are on Instagram at Last Men Pod as well, but our Twitter is really where we do the majority
Yeah.
of our stuff. And during the season, I mean, it's 7 days a week. We'll tweet like 7 or 8 times throughout the day.
Awesome.
We are all about this contest. For sure.
Everybody's on X except you and me. Maybe live more on Instagram.
I do.
but you can find us wherever.
I mean, I have a little bit there, but I just, I love to tweet about or X about everybody else here. It's only really circa based for me with X, but Instagram more. So, yeah. Thank you guys for joining. I appreciate it. It's so nice to meet you. Yeah, of course. We got to keep in touch
100%.
and vent on our. Well, hopefully I don't vent too much and we all win, but you know what I'm
We'll
saying.
see at the check ceremony,
Yeah.
guys.
Come on.
I love it.
I know, huh? Pleasure.
Yes, of course, man. For
Thank
sure.
you.
Appreciate you. That was awesome.
I know. I've seen the video.
Oh, his okay.
I mean, like not wearing a hat is better.
I did see that video.
This week, you know what I mean? And not wear a hat. Hey, just, yeah, oh no, you wouldn't. Well, like what I tell everyone is like, if I'm on the road with him, I used to like go get the coffee, things downstairs, and now it's like where. If he's not with me, I'm him going to get coffee. So he has to come with me because I'm fucked. If I go anywhere without him, I'm fucked, and then I have to, so it's not. At least 50%. Yeah, I mean, we're like, we're identical about 48 years right now. I get into this phone call. We couldn't, like, if we didn't see any text on my children, we wouldn't be able to tell. Only thing to do. It's crazy, but I'm the a lot of me at the time I liked it. But obviously, Rogan freaks out. You know what I mean? Like, it's just fucking weird. It's like one of you has to like gain a bunch of weight. You have to like change. Because he works with my brother for a long time. And that's when it's weirdest for something. You know, like, it will be go
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I told him that's the reason.
I hadn't even shaked the fucking charts fucking hand. I'm like, I'll shake Jason fucking Anderson.
Bye, you guys.
Great talking with you guys. Thank you.
That's cool. All right, I'm gonna go drink
Okay,
with my
let's-
mom real quick.
Are you?
But I'm gonna break this down real quick.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Where's she at? Where's she at? Is she at the bar?
Yeah, she's
Oh, bring your drink up here.
Huh?
Bring your drink up here.
She could come here.
Is she with others? Bring it here.
So funny.
We'll get your pay right there.
Huh?
Said you made Razor's day.
Why not?